For nearly a century, the Indianapolis Motor Speedway was the sacred ground of IndyCar, with its signature event of the Indianapolis 500 becoming one of the greatest races and traditions in international open-wheel racing. But in the early 1990s, the gates opened for stock car racing to host annual races at this track, and a new crown jewel race was created in 1994 with the inaugural running of the Brickyard 400, the modern spectacle for stock cars at the world capital of racing. It is the second consecutive year that the NASCAR Cup Series returns to the Indianapolis Oval, restoring one of the most iconic traditions in the motorsport after a 3-year run on the infield road course. The switch back to the 2.5-mile oval last year was widely praised by drivers and fans alike, and the next-gen car will take on the Yard of Bricks once again. Hello everyone, I am Alec Nava, and for 3 decades, this race has been one of the largest events in NASCAR, and this year, this tradition is renewed, with Kyle Larson trying to defend his crown jewel victory, having learned lessons from double duty last year. He returns once more after double duty this year, and he looks to take something back from the Speedway. After crashing out of both races of the Indy-Charlotte Double, he wants another try at Indianapolis and another set of redemption. But the battle for the win isn't the only race worth watching at Indy. It's the final race of NASCAR's inaugural in-season challenge. 2 drivers, 32nd seed Ty Dillon and 6th seed Ty Gibbs, going head-to-head for the title and a $1 million cash prize. As has been the case for the tournament, whichever driver is the highest finisher in the matchup will be the winner. Setting up a built-in match with the 39-car field. Dillon is the final seed at this tournament, said that he has supreme confidence at Indy, and for very good reason. 11 years ago, he earned his first win in the NASCAR Xfinity Series at Indy, and his feel for the track has carried over to Cup. He has 2 top 15 finishes in the Brickyard 400, a race in which he has never finished worse than 21st in 5 previous starts. One of those starts came last year, when he finished 19th in a one-off appearance for Richard Childress Racing. Of significance, he actually had a better finish than Ty Gibbs, who finished 23rd, though his cars were significantly faster than that, having started 6th. Whoever wins this in-season challenge will mark the richest mid-season payday that any Cup Series driver has earned in 23 years, when Dale Earnhardt Jr. won the bonus with the Talladega Fall by winning the Talladega Fall race in 2002 as part of the No Bull 5 program. Denny Hamlin's coming off a series-leading 4th win of the season at Dover and just signed a multi-year extension with Joe Gibbs Racing that'll take him to his age 46 season. However, he has crashed at qualifying yesterday and will start from the rear of the field on a backup car. He's looking to become the 5th driver in NASCAR Cup Series history to complete a career Grand Slam, winning all 4 crown jewel races. He's previously won the Coca-Cola 600 once in 2022, the Southern 500 twice in 2017 and 2021, and the Daytona 500 3 times, 2016, 2019, and 2020. However, he's going to start from the rear of the field, and his chances of winning the Brickyard 400 have taken a significant hit. Though he has posted 5 career top 5s and led at least 19 laps in 3 of the last 4 races at Indy. However, this will be a significant challenge for him. So now, but knowing that Ross Chastain, he started from the rear of the field in the Coca-Cola 600, he went on to win the race. So anything can happen. So the signal has been given out for the start of the race, to start the engines all across this field. Last year, Kyle Larson finished 18th at the Indy 500 and couldn't race at the Coca-Cola 600 because of inclement weather. He went on to win the Brickyard 400 in NASCAR's return to the Oval after a 3-year stint at the infield road course. Fast forward to this year, Larson saw his double hopes gone to the wayside after he crashed in both the Indy 500 and the Coke 600. He once again returns after more heartbreak 2 months before, seeking to have history repeat itself and looking to return to victory lane after an inconsistent summer stretch. Though he is third on the standings, he has finished 13th or worse in 5 of the 8 races since winning at Kansas in May, including a 37th place DNF in the Coke 600. His fortunes did change for the better at Dover, where he finished 4th. His track record at Indy is stout. In 7 starts, 1 win, 2 top 5s, and 4 top 10s. His crew chief Cliff Daniels attributes that success to his persistence behind the scenes. The organizations that Hamlin and Larson drive for, Joe Gibbs Racing and Hendrick Motorsports respectively, have claimed the top 6 finishing positions at the Monster Mile, leading all but 20 of the 407 laps. Christopher Bell and William Byron did not have to finish the show for it because of crashes, with Bell finishing 18th and Byron 31st, but both were running in the top 5 for most of the day. The last time a driver from another organization won on an oval was Ryan Blaney for Team Penske at Nashville on June 1st. Speaking of Blaney, this is the race that stuck on his crew for an entire year. He's been a central figure in the race for the win a year ago, and many have been in a position to win on overtime restart when he had the lead coming to the green flag, only for Larson to inherit the spot held on the front row because Brad Keselowski ran out of fuel on the restart, so he had to pit, which led to a mini officiating controversy. Keselowski is having a nightmare season this year, but looking at his past success at the track shows how he's performing on similar layouts this season. He has 3 top 5s in his last 5 starts at Indy, including a win in 2018 for Penske, and was leading last year's race when he ran out of fuel in the first overtime restart. It was the race leader at Pocono's similar layout earlier this year when he came down a closed pit road with one of the fastest cars on the field. Chase Elliott's goal of winning the Brickyard 400 remains the same after watching his dad, Bill, win the Crown Jewel race 23 years earlier. Momentum is in the favor of the number 9 team. Elliott leads a season best. He led a season best 238 laps last weekend at Dover before ultimately finishing 6th for his 5th top 10 in his last 6 races. He hasn't finished worse than 20th all year, which broke a personal record he originally set last year. He also has a 16-point advantage over Hendrick teammate Byron, and a 38-point lead over another teammate, Larson. Hamlin sits 4th, 39 points behind Elliott, who won the 2022 regular season title, claiming the bonus of 15 playoff points with it. There are just 3 drivers of the 39 on the field that previously won this event. Larson last year, Keselowski in 2018, and Kyle Busch back-to-back 2015 and 2016. As he gets set for the field here, you see how these drivers did in qualifying. It's a field of 39 cars. On pole is Chase Briscoe, who has won the pole in each of the 3 Crown Jewel races of this NASCAR season in the Cup Series. He has won the pole at the Daytona 500, the Coca-Cola 600, and now the Brickyard 400. This season, it is his 5th pole that he has claimed this year after claiming the pole at Nashville and Michigan in the Cracker Barrel 400 and the Firekeepers Casino 400. On the front row next to him is Bubba Wallace, starting second on the outside pole right. Row 2 is Eric Jones and Tyler Reddick. Row 3, Ty Gibbs and William Byron. Toyota drivers have claimed the first 5 positions of qualifying. Briscoe qualifying with a time of 49.136 seconds and a speed of 183.165 miles per hour. At row 4, Chris Buescher and Carson Hocevar. So Buescher is the first Ford on this list. Byron the first Chevy, starting 6th. Buescher starting 7th. Row 5 is AJ Allmendinger and Austin Cindric. Row 6, Shane Van Gisbergen and Kyle Busch. Van Gisbergen has won 3 races this year, all on road courses. At the Chicago Street Course, Sonoma, and at Mexico City. Row 7, Kyle Larson, the defending winner of this race, next to Brad Keselowski. Row 8, it is Joey Logano and Christopher Bell. Row 9 is Josh Berry and Noah Gragson. And row 10, Todd Gilliland, Austin Dillon. Alex Bowman and Michael McDowell at row 11, 21st, and 22nd. Row 12 has Ryan Preece and Ryan Blaney. Row 13 is Riley Herbst and Ty Dillon. Dillon being one of the 2 finalists in the NASCAR In-Season Challenge, the other being Ty Gibbs, who is starting 5th. Ty Dillon starting 26th. Row 14 has Zane Smith and Justin Haley. Row 15, Cole Custer and points leader Chase Elliott. Row 16, Daniel Suarez and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Suarez will be leaving Trackhouse Racing at the end of this season. Perhaps to make room for Connor Zilisch, who knows? Zilisch, he won at the Indianapolis Xfinity Series race yesterday. in a race that was mired by controversy surrounding Austin Hill, which he saved his car, but intentionally right-hooked Eric Almirola afterwards. Row 17, Ross Chastain and Cody Ware. Row 18, Jesse Love and John Hunter Nemechek. Nemechek had a problem with qualifying as he bumped his car to the outside wall. Row 19, Josh Bilicki and Catherine Legg. And at the back is Denny Hamlin on a backup car. After he crashed at qualifying, he looked to be in position to take the pole from Chase Briscoe. So, Briscoe goes to Joe Gibbs Racing. He has won the pole for every Crown Jewel race so far this season. Can he win the pole for the Southern 500? He is the defending winner of the Southern 500. In the last ever race that Stewart-Haas Racing ever won, which Briscoe drove the flagship number 14 car. A native Hoosier on pole here, leading the field all the way around. One of the best ever qualifying efforts that has been seen by Toyota, in which they claimed the first 5 positions. But can they take the win away from Chevrolet this time around, as Kyle Larson is the defending winner of this event? Joey Logano and Christopher Bell on the same row. Logano has previously won a race this year. There's the Wharf 400 at Texas Motor Speedway, in which he survived an overtime restart. Last year, Tyler Reddick was the pole sitter, qualifying time of 49.469 seconds. He led the most laps at 41. Kyle Larson, with lessons that he learned from the Indianapolis 500, he used that to his advantage and got the win last year in the Brickyard 400 on a double overtime restart in which Ryan Preece's car stalled in the second OT. Larson did not jump the restart. The allegations continued to propel that he did so, although Keselowski ran out of fuel and had to head to pit road. And it's a strategy mishap on the part of staying out here. Catherine Legg does have IndyCar experience as a road course ringer. This could also function as a de facto road course. So could this be a good position for Shane Van Gisbergen to get a win? Remember, he has free wins all on road courses, but because Indy 500 can function as another road course, it's been a staple of open wheel racing all around. Van Gisbergen starts 11th for the field, qualifying with a time of 49.591 seconds and a speed of 181.485 miles per hour. The first 24 cars on this qualifying field all qualify with a speed of faster than 180 miles per hour. Chase Elliott, the points leader, starting 30th, qualifying with a time of 50.114 seconds, speed of 179.591 miles per hour. He has a win in his last 6 races and 4 top 5s. Consistency being key for all these drivers. And Christopher Bell, looking to get back to his winning ways. He has 3 wins this year, but he has not won since the Shriners Children's 500 at Phoenix Raceway, in which he won 3 races in a row. Atlanta, Coda, and Phoenix. So Toyota, a clean sweep of the top 5 qualifying spots. See if William Byron can change things up, driving to number 24 for Hendrick Motorsports. If the long runs and practice have been crucial for Byron. He has the Daytona 500 trophy 2 years in a row, and he wants to add to the Crown Jewel races with another Crown Jewel victory here. He only has 1 win, that being the Daytona 500. He snuck through the hole just perfectly on the last lap crash that involved Denny Hamlin and Austin Cindric, who were fighting for the win at the front row. Cindric led a race-high 58 laps at the Daytona 500. The restarts are crucial. Track position is going to be key for the field. And pit road strategy is another thing to take into account. Pit road is also very narrow. It's one of the narrowest pit roads in the NASCAR Cup Series schedule. This race is 400 miles, so it'll go for 160 laps. The first two stages are each 50 laps. The final stage is 60 laps. Pit road speed is 45 miles per hour, and the fuel window is between 40 and 42 laps. So this is all to take into account. This racetrack also has an infield golf course, for those wondering. Interestingly, because the first time I noted this, and I have not noticed the infield road course for a while. This speedway, constructed in 1909, is the second purpose-built banked oval racing circuit after Brooklands, and the first to be called a speedway. It's the third oldest permanent automobile racetrack in the world, behind Brooklands and the Milwaukee Mile. It's a permanent seating capacity of 257,325. It is the highest capacity sports venue in the world. It is race day here on a hot summer night at Indianapolis. Pace car heads to pit road as everyone rounds around the front stretch. They're all coming onto the restart zone. Green flag is up. Gas pedals are down. The native Hoosier, Chase Briscoe, leads them to green. Excellent restart for Briscoe. He is a head start ahead of everyone here. The inside pack getting single file as they all get set into form. Side by side are Eric Jones and Carson Hocevar, who has had an excellent start to this race. Two cars trying to go towards the inside off the bat. Looks like that was Ty Gibbs on the inside. Driving sixth place. And towards the inside, Tyler Reddick and William Byron as Byron jumps to fourth. So far, Briscoe maintaining his own at the race lead, though Byron trying to find the inside hole. To the inside, looking further back. Joey Logano and Christopher Bell fighting for positioning as they are one on top of one another. Everyone's single file here. And everybody's starting to tread water here. Everybody's trying to pass and trying to block. Where will Kyle Larson go? Off the jump. Josh Berry at 17th in the PPG Paints car. To the inside of Christopher Bell. Fighting for 17th position, and Barry clears. Todd Gilliland. He is directly right behind Bell at 19th position in the generator car, driving to number 34. With the intensity ramping up at stage 2, we want to anticipate that, as Briscoe is increasing its gap on Bubba. And Bubba Wallace just recently had a visit from the Cookie Monster from Sesame Street. Grand Marshal of this race. Gibbs has a run to the inside of Eric Jones. He's trying to drive in deep. Doesn't have the edge at this current moment, so he falls further back. So he tried that dive bomb. Didn't work out that time around, but as he gets a little closer, will work the second time around. Let's see if he can try to dive bomb again, but he's not close enough to Jones to make that dive bomb. The gap between them is 0.6 seconds. And Josh Berry is still going from that 17th position as he's trying to test Noah Gragson. Sometimes he can get ahead. All it takes is the patience game. You have to play the patience game. You have to pull off those dive bombs. Ryan Blaney being one of them, as he got by Ryan Preece. Chris Buescher ahead of Carson Hocevar. A part of that mix along the middle of the pack Fords, Blaney, Preece, and Chilton as Josh Berry clears. As Denny Hamlin makes up ground from dead last. He's up to 30th. He is in a backup car looking to complete a career Grand Slam. All he needs is a Brickyard 400 victory. He is going to test Daniel Suarez and Kyle Busch in the 8 car, pulling out of line. It turns out he kissed the outside wall in the Brickyard. He's going to go to the outside of AJ Allmendinger. Just kissed the outside wall ever so slightly. We're in lap 5. So far, Briscoe has led every lap. And Hamlin, he wanting to get closer to Suarez. 5 top 5s and 8 top 10s and 16 Brickyard 400 starts. And he wants to jump in and get onto the action. He's gaining track position. He has Justin Haley right in front of him, wanting to pull the dive bomb. That's a backup car that he's driving. The front hood of his car was completely destroyed at qualifying. It was in position to take the pole away from Briscoe. Unfortunately, a heavy crash at the turn 2 wall. Many drivers during qualifying have had trouble with that turn 2 wall, and they missed the turn at that point. Then he had the pre-race. Of course, he mentioned about the effort, and of course, the backup car that he's driving. So far, so good. Austin Cindric and Carson Hocevar are battling for 8th. Cindric not close enough to make a dive bomb. As the gap between them is 0.4 between the two of them. So Cindric is not close enough to make the dive bomb. Cindric has won a race earlier this year, that being the Jack Links 500 at Talladega Super Speedway on a photo finish, in which he beat out the disqualified Ryan Preece by 0.022 seconds. Hocevar holding on to 8th, driving the Ziegler Auto Group Chevrolet for Spire Motorsports. Still, it's a quarter of a second, the gap between Briscoe and Bubba. But Bubba Wallace is testing that gap. And the challenges that Cindric is dealing throughout the course of the season, driving the number 2 discount tire Ford for Penske. The flagship car, previously occupied by Rusty Wallace, Kurt Busch, and Brad Keselowski. Wallace is not close enough to make a move to 2311 teammates driving right behind Briscoe, that being Bubba Wallace and Tyler Reddick. William Byron, a full second behind Chase Briscoe on the order. So already, Cindric, he has been used to driving at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. The two teams, they love their car here. So far, they're driving this so good. And Tyler Reddick does a dive bomb on his teammate Bubba Wallace, and he clears. Track positioning ever so important. And Reddick has the advantage over his 2311 teammate. Reddick has yet to win this year, and a win here would do a lot of wonders for his standings. He had 3 wins last year, winning at Talladega on a last lap pass on Brad Keselowski as the field was crashing. Second win was at Michigan International Speedway. And the third win, a clincher, a last lap pass on Ryan Blaney through the outside wall to clinch a Championship 4 spot. The first Championship 4 appearance for 2311 Racing. Reddick wants to get back to the Championship 4 by any means necessary. Reddick being at the second place car right behind Briscoe. 9 laps in as everyone is going smooth sailing here at the Brickyard 400. So far, Briscoe's the leader. First 3 spots to Toyota when we come back. Back here at the Brickyard 400, 12 laps into this race, and Chase Briscoe continues to lead the field. 12 laps completed. We're at lap number 13 of 160. Overall, lap 13 of 50 in the first stage. And Briscoe is widening his gap over Tyler Reddick. Briscoe and then everyone else. One of the passes that has been made, Reddick over Bubba Wallace. So far, everyone's running nicely here in these next-gen cars. Battle for eighth, of course, being another close one between Carson Hocevar and Austin Cindric. Team Penske has full confidence that Cindric can deliver a good race on the day. Kyle Busch up to 11th as he passed Shane Van Gisbergen. Gap between them is 0.4 seconds. And over the front and straightaway, not really running full throttle Briscoe, as Reddick's trying to catch up. Gap is a quarter of a second, but that is all there is to it, as Reddick's trying to make up the ground. And the whole idea, to hold your position, and to spend less time on pit road, that is. Right rear maybe pulled too much on Briscoe. In his last 5 finishes, he won at Pocono, 35th place DNF at Atlanta, 21st at Chicago Street Course, 2nd at Sonoma, 2nd at Dover. Briscoe is excellent at the road course at Sonoma Raceway. And they want to take care of everything that's been put on right now. Front 10 cars are running single file, one on top of one another. Briscoe, Reddick, Wallace, Byron, Jones, Gibbs, Buescher, Hocevar, Cindric, and Allmendinger. Kyle Busch, the 11th place car, nowhere close enough to catch up to AJ Allmendinger. Chris Buescher going to maintain his spot with Ty Gibbs right in front, driving the number 17 Kroger car. And if you're really questioning something, you may not be focusing on the task ahead. And you want to, but you may be wondering what the strategy is down the future. Down the line. We're 15 races deep. We're 15 laps deep into the race. And they're saving the fuel as well. Fuel mileage game also so important. The fuel window 42 and 46 laps in between. 16th lap. The gaps are getting a little bit tighter between Briscoe and Reddick. And Reddick is wanting to leapfrog his spot. He already leapfrogged Bubba Wallace. Reddick starting from row number 2. Also wanting to wonder where Denny Hamlin is. If he's in good position to leapfrog any of the cars over at the future of the line. To maximize as much as you can. The pit, and you also have to maintain pit road entrance and exit speed. Also mind the gap at turns 1 and 2, that double white line, because there are some cars that have suffered penalties because they crossed the double white line. And there's so many question marks of how Indianapolis can play out. Reddick's inching closer to Briscoe. The gap now 0.2 seconds as they drive onto the corners. On to turn 2. Right aboard the Xfinity Mobile number 45 car for 2311 Racing, owned by Hamlin and Michael Jordan. And these back straightaways, some of the good positions to be at if you're the chaser. So Briscoe's now driving onto the corner as hard as he wanted to do. The pace has slowed down a bit for Briscoe. Reddick is driving slightly faster on these corners. You have a quarter of a second between them on the gap. Watch for Bubba Wallace, that third place car, as Reddick tried to test the outside. Oh, there's a spin! That's the one of Ross Chastain, who's turned around over the corner. And we have our first caution of the day. And wonder what happened. The right front is down from Chastain. The number 1 Busch Light line car. Right onto turn 3, and the right front might have been blown up. He did not have a great qualifying time. He qualified this race 33rd. He's blocking a little bit. It was a little too aggressive blocking the 71 of Michael McDowell, and the 71 turns him around. Oof. That rear makes contact with that turn-free wall, trying to block the 71 of McDowell. If you're trying to block, you're going to hope that you don't end up wrecking yourself while blocking. McDowell could get slowed down and dive bomb. Oof. Tough break for Chastain. And it's the right front blew up upon contact with the wall. And McDowell apologizing. And at the end of it, all the drivers saving fuel. It's an unorthodox thing to do. How hard the car is going to go. You wonder if the one of Chastain is going to go in the future. So where Chastain is pointing to the area which he crashed at, which is the turn-free wall. So the CO2 cartridge fully extends on the throttle back. If they have to tow you back because of the contact with the outside wall, you're going to get towed to the garage. In all likelihood, Chastain is going to have his car worked on at the garage. But this may be a case in which Chastain's car is going to go to the garage. He's going to drive it off. He is rolling. His rear is completely destroyed. That car, in all likelihood, is going to go to the garage. Now, this car is completely damaged, so they're going to... Chastain understands the rules, so he's going to go to the pit road onto the inside road. The front right is killed. So remember that previous to the season, he started from the very rear of the field because he crashed his car in qualifying. They had to go onto a backup car. His crew spent all night long repairing the car. They stayed up until 2 in the morning repairing it before race day. How much fuel savings can do. And the back of the pack may run through here. Chastain's going to take his car to the garage to have it worked on. Briscoe, Reddick, and Wallace, the top three when we return. Jeff Gordon won the inaugural running of the Brickyard 400 in 1994. He is a 5-time winner of this race. Pole sitter Chase Briscoe, his hero Tony Stewart won this race twice, 2005 and 2007, driving for the Joe Gibbs Racing team. As everyone is restacked onto the field. We'll see if their drivers are going to head to pit road. Yes, there will be cars headed to pit road. Almost the entire field. So this is basically off cycle, in which they're all headed to pit road. Chase Briscoe, the race leader, and the pole sitter. The width of pit road, 24 inches, is among the narrowest pit roads in the NASCAR Cup Series. The narrowest being Gateway at 22 inches. So now everyone comes on. Tyler Reddick onto his 45 pit stall. The Xfinity Mobile team. It's 2 tires here, right sides only. Bubba Wallace also getting right sides only. Chase Briscoe all the way up front. It's mostly right side tires only for most of these drivers. As a strategy that most of them are following. Right sides only. Bubba Wallace reclaims second place. Briscoe hangs on to his pole sitter position at the front. Eric Jones up 1 spot. Kyle Busch up 3. Kyle Larson jumps 3 spots. We'll be right back. Pace car lights are off as we get back on the restart grid. Austin Cindric, Joey Logano, Josh Berry, Chase Briscoe, Bubba Wallace, Tyler Reddick, Eric Jones, William Byron, Chris Buescher, Carson Hocevar on the restart. Ross Chastain turned around by Michael McDowell trying to block. The right front tire is killed off. Everyone going to pit road took right side tires only. Those that stayed out decided to stay on their current fuel window. There's the Penske cars and the Penske affiliate, Wood Brothers. And these cars, these next gen cars, being able to absorb the damage. So that's fuel savings may be important as well. 2 seconds off the pace. That number one car of Chastain's. Cindric starting at first place as they're all rounding around turn 4. Making their way up to the front stretch where the pace car will head off. Cindric, Logano, and Barry. All Fords being first, second, and third on this restart. Also watching for Ryan Blaney to see where he is. He's another Ford. He pitted though. That's what I'm believing. Chase Briscoe restarting fourth as they all make their way back into the restart zone. Green flag is back up and the gas pedals are down. Here we go. Cindric, new leader. As they're all trying to make their way around here, is Logano battling side by side. Logano trying to add a Brickyard 400 win onto his docket. He is the reigning Cup Series champion as Chase Briscoe makes his way up to third place. Over to the outside of Bubba Wallace. And now single file most of the cars over the inside. Several cars pull out of line. And here they come. All of them. They're all jumbled up with this pack. And Hocevar trying his hardest not to run over anyone as Buescher clears him. And Kyle Busch wanting to make space for himself. Eric Jones clearing Tyler Reddick for 6th place. Reddick second, and now Reddick forcing William Byron wide. Byron trying to make his way up front, and he does on Reddick. Reddick drops 2 positions. So he's back to 8th place. These restarts are where it's most chaotic, and Austin Dillon up to 13th, right by Christopher Bell. So SVG on the inside for 17th. And now Bell's wanting to get something back here. And AJ Allmendinger on Christopher Bell. Do you remember Allmendinger had a good car? It was running top 10 for the first section of this race before Chastain wrecked. He's up to 14th, riding around the roses. Half a second a gap between Cindric and Logano. And on the inside is Daniel Suarez. He's taking Cole Custer with him. Right on the inside of Brad Keselowski to both of them. Suarez, who will be leaving Trackhouse at the end of this year, right on Keselowski, riding side by side for 20th position. They're even trying to pit under green, and those cars haven't pitted yet. The Penske cars. You can't pit without losing a lap. Soon enough, Cindric and Logano, they may have to think about pitting right around when they're 42 laps deep. Ty Gibbs trying to play catch up to Shane Van Gisbergen here. Right, we need to go on the inside. The blocking may be a little late here for SVG right on the Gibbs. As Cindric is pulling away from Logano. Good car as his team noted. This exact strategy that Penske is running on between Cindric, Logano, and, say by extent, Barry. His best finish since the Talladega win was 10th place. 1 top 10, 85 laps led. Austin Cindric has ran the best on super speedways, and there's a problem with Michael McDowell. Flat tire on the track, we stay green. That front right is killed. We stay green for now. There may be debris rolling on the track. McDowell with the damaged car. He's heading onto pit road. Tire damage inflicted. Well, that front right's killed. It might be the aftermath of the collision with Ross Chastain. So their damage has been rubbing the tires between the two of them. Remember that This is going to go back to the collision with Chastain. 24 laps to go. Cindric, Logano, Briscoe, Wallace, Berry, Jones, Byron, Reddick, Buescher, and Busch as they run in the top 10. On these front straightaways is where these cars can go around 195 miles per hour as what Cindric is running right now. Lap car ahead. That car is still smoky on the way to pit road, Michael McDowell, as he's making the necessary changes. And we're watching Ty Gibbs as part of this in-season challenge as he is leading Ty Dillon on this in-season challenge. A little bit more tire fall off than what is shown as of recent. In the in-season challenge, Gibbs is running 19th now. Ty Dillon is 31st. These two fighting for the $1 million cash prize is part of this in-season challenge. Who could expect a Ty Dillon, the 32nd seed, to go all the way to the in-season challenge final? And Chris Gabehart knows how Ty Gibbs runs. And he knows him well. Part of this Joe Gibbs Racing team. The fuel window at 40% for Cindric, Logano, and Berry. Ryan Blaney did pit. He is running 16th. So those free fours, Cindric, Logano, and Berry being those to watch on the fuel window. The spot ahead of Gibbs is Daniel Suarez at 18th. The freeway insurance car. Can Gibbs get close enough to get the dive bomb going? Gibbs finished here 8th a year ago. Suarez, rather. On lap 27, he is 18th. He started 31st. On lap 7, he was up to 28th. And the data is changing how these drivers run. And so far, without a run, and with the game they play, Ross Chastain is at the garage. Noah Gragson down a lap. Michael McDowell down 2 laps. Kyle Larson and Christopher Bell down the front straightaway going wide up front. There was contact free wide between Bell, Dillon, and Larson. They were all going way down there to try to get a dive bomb going full send as Bell was looking to go down low on Larson, and Bell taps him. Larson, last year's winner of this race, he is 12th place. Driving to HendrickCars.com, Chevy. He is running in the middle of the pack for most of this race, trying to defend that Brickyard 400 title. 21 laps to go here in stage 1, and Cindric has led this middle section of this race. He's widening his gap on Joey Logano. The gap is close to 2 seconds. Cindric leads when we return. Back at the Brickyard with 17 laps to go in stage 1. We're in lap number 34. And Austin Cindric continues to lead Joey Logano by about 2 seconds. Now on to 16 to go. We're in lap 35. And keep an eye out for Cindric, Logano, and Berry. Because even though Cindric is leading this race, don't expect him to lead for too long. The lead now, 3 seconds. And soon enough, you'd expect that Cindric, Logano, and Berry are going to pit. Do keep into account the fuel window, which will last between 42 and 46 laps. Can't let it run out this early. Among multiple time winners of this event, Jeff Gordon won it 5 times, Jimmy Johnson 4 times, Kevin Harvick 3 times, Dale Jarrett, Tony Stewart, and Kyle Busch all each won it twice. Kyle Busch currently running 10th. Looking to win it a 3rd time, which will tie in with Harvick for 3rd all-time among Brickyard 400 winners. The Bubba Wallace wanting to match up to the speed that the leaders have been going for. But right now, starting to drift a little bit. Bubba Wallace, that is. So he's off pace compared to Chase Briscoe, who is the fastest car in the field, not named Joey Logano. Among the fastest competitors. Logano at 51.823 seconds among the competitors. So Bubba Wallace 51.632. Cindric running at 51.534. So Wallace is running a little faster than Briscoe. Logano is running a little slower. You're wondering when Cindric, Logano, and Berry are going to pit. Fuel window is important. On the playoff bubble, Tyler Reddick would make it on points at this current position. There are 4 playoff spots up for grabs. 12 have been determined because of wins. Wins automatically get you onto the playoffs. The gap now widening even more between Cindric and Logano. 3.73 seconds between Cindric and Logano, the Penske teammates. And Cindric being the least talked about Penske driver. He won at Talladega earlier this year. So far he's been running as the best driver out there on the field in this middle portion of stage 1. Staying out there, and he's never looked back. Briscoe's putting himself the best season that he's had of his NASCAR Cup Series career. 5 poles and a win. That coming at Pocono. Cindric has a win. And this is basically a cat and mouse strategy. Field window now at 16% for Cindric, Logano, and Berry. Where everyone else is between 59% and 64%. Let's see how much longer this can go. As Cindric's hanging on to the lead. Will he cede the lead to Briscoe? Or whoever is going to inherit the lead later on in this race? Josh Berry clears Bubba Wallace for 4th. So now the fuel window starting to become a factor here down the line. Is this going to hold up? As Briscoe is running 3rd as of right now. Is Cindric? Or are they going to employ a strategy in which they're going to take stage points? Is this going to work? As Berry, he went for the dive bomb on Bubba. Cleared him for the 4th place. So there's a fuel mileage that's in play. Despite the gap being at 4 seconds between Cindric and Logano. With 12 to go. And Bubba Wallace has a problem. Eric Jones creeping up. 43 car of Legacy Motor Club. Maybe there needs to be adjustments with the car for Bubba Wallace. It's a cat and mouse game right now between Eric Jones and Bubba Wallace. As Wallace is lagging behind Josh Berry by a little more. Let's see if Eric Jones can keep up. He's not close enough to make a dive bomb. Though he has closed the gap to as much as 0.35 seconds and now getting closer now. Wallace falling behind still. Although Cindric's still leading comfortably. Wallace doing everything he can to block off Jones. Jones goes outside. Not close enough to make the dive bomb just yet, but he's going to try again even more. They're all riding the outside. And do remember, Bubba Wallace used to drive the 43 for Legacy Motor Club when it was called Richard Petty Motorsports. And Wallace doing everything to go onto that inside, and now he goes up top. And you have to understand it comes no miscues. Because one mistake can change everything. Erik Jones can't do the dive bomb just yet. Still, not close enough, although the gap is 0.3 seconds. Cindric goes around the lap car. I believe that is Chris Buescher that is the lap car. Or is it? So Ross Chastain is being evaluated at the care center. And here's Joey Logano, who's the first car off the pit road. So there's the first Penske car who's gone. To see how much fuel he'll get. I would believe that this pit stop is for fuel only. So watch the pit stop. So I believe that Cindric soon enough has to go. They would believe Josh Berry could be up first as Logano is going his way all the way down the pit road. Don't get too loose. He is getting fuel and he's changing tires right now. It is right side tires followed by the left side tires for Logano. 9 laps to go. It is 4 tires and fuel for Logano. So the rear tire changer didn't run around the car. He walked. And now Austin Cindric is headed to pit road. He's going to give up the lead to Chase Briscoe, the pole sitter. It is critical for the two to have a good pit stop. And it's something similar to how Paul Wolfe and Joey Logano did so. See how Brian Wilson and Cindric do the same. You give up the lead. It's just going to be 4 tires and fuel just like what Logano did. So the right side and then the left side. So the rear tire changer, just like with Logano, walked as was the case between Logano and Cindric. The rear tire changer walked. And the track map. So the 2 is sitting on pit road and now he's exiting. So see, if now that Cindric is leaving, you have to use the outside. And now Josh Berry going side by side as... No, that was Michael McDowell. Berry's off the pit road as Briscoe, he put on the bump and run on Michael McDowell, the lap car. Or was that a bump and run? We're not sure. So now with Briscoe inheriting the lead with 7 to go, gap between him and Bubba Wallace at 1.7 seconds. Though is Bubba going to catch up? So Berry, he was running at the top 5 throughout this current run on the fuel window which he is at. Because he did not pit at the same cycle as everyone else, just like with Logano and Cindric. He's going to get clean on and off. And he got 4 tires and fuel just like with Logano and Cindric. Same strategy is being employed between him and Miles Stanley, the crew chief. So now that he's leaving pit road, he has to go the long way around. And you cannot jump the double white line and the access road. You have to be careful at this spot. Austin Cindric now running 34th. But because these two pitted on the same cycle, well, they stay out there on the track while everyone else is on the same cycle. And it's good effort by Berry to not come out of pit road getting lapped by Chase Briscoe. So not quite as much for Josh Berry as with Cindric and Logano as with the other two. As Erik Jones, he is fighting for second place with Bubba Wallace. So Bubba's on a strategy with how much fuel he's going to save. And Erik Jones getting closer is Bubba going way down low. Jones trailing him. Outside he goes. Watch that 24 of William Byron as Jones dive bombs to the inside. Can't do it. He slides. And he lost all that momentum that he got and tried to chase down Bubba Wallace. And he gets passed by Byron. what a run that Jones had, but unfortunately, he wanted to get right by Bubba. Unfortunately, that didn't come to fruition as Jones, he tried to dive bomb, going full send, and it backfired. Briscoe coasting comfortably at the top position by 2 seconds over Bubba. William Byron 2.5 seconds behind Briscoe. And no one needs stage points more than Bubba Wallace at the spot. And here's Jones off the pit road. There might have been a problem trying to do the dive bomb on Bubba. And Bubba is staying out there looking to get the stage points. Jones to pit road on the number 43 Dollar Tree Toyota. So he's going to get on the Penske strategy early. So he pits from the 4th spot. And we wonder if he's going to go down a lap. Is there going to be a problem here? As Jones heads off to pit road. Crew Chief Ben Bishore. His turns were a little too tight, so they're going to make a small adjustment. They're changing tires on both sides. And Jones is off. So the 19 car holding on to the lead as he has led the most laps of this. He has led as much laps as Austin Cindric has had so far in this race. Battle for second place becoming intriguing between Bubba Wallace and William Byron. As Jones comes out pit road, he has to hold on to it. And a good job of Jones for holding on to it without getting lapped by Chase Briscoe. As he is getting on the accelerator. Now all he has to do is not get lapped by Briscoe. So free to go on the stage. All that Jones needs to do is to not get lapped. And now that Bubba Wallace is inching closer to Chase Briscoe, this could get a little more dicey. How much more can the gap be closed by? With 2 laps to go. Briscoe crosses the yard of bricks at that start-finish line. Bubba let's cut the gap to 1.34 seconds. He's getting closer. Nice little insurance policy. Pit road is now closed with 2 laps to go in each stage. On lap number 49 is Briscoe hanging on to the lead. But the bigger question is with Jones, if he can hold on and not get lapped so as to get that position back. So the strategy is for stage points as Bubba hanging on for second place. 1.4 seconds the gap. That's all he can muster in the Chumba's Casino Toyota. And William Byron looking to hang on to 3rd place as we go on to this final lap as Bubba goes way deep. Last lap of the stage. The 24 of William Byron playing cat and mouse with Bubba Wallace. 24 and the 23. Reddick and Buescher 4th and 5th if anything happens to the both of them. Buescher hanging on to 14th spot. Alex Bowman 15th. Bubba Wallace at 16th. As Wallace is the cutoff line. Kyle Busch is 51 points below the cutoff line. If any of those drivers below the playoff bubble do win, it'll cause major shakeups on the playoff standings. Briscoe hanging on to the top spot as Bubba cuts it. It less than half a second. And a lot of guys that want to kiss the bricks here. Connor Zellers did it yesterday. And stage 1 goes to Chase Briscoe. Wallace 2nd, Byron 3rd, Reddick 4th, Buescher 5th, Kyle Busch 6th, Hocevar 7th, Larson 8th, Austin Dillon 9th, and AJ Allmendinger is 10th. Stage 1 will head to Chase Briscoe to see if there are any delicious cookies for the Cookie Monster to taste. Stage 1 to Briscoe. We'll be right back. back here. After stage 1, Chase Briscoe is the winner of the first stage. Last year, it took 2 attempts to sell the Brickyard 400 in overtime. It's the latest in which it went onto an overtime restart. And this Brickyard 400 is the 29th running of the Brickyard 400. So the guys that pit under green are not going to be a factor on this current pit cycle, as they've already made their pit stops. Everyone else will head to pit road, or decisions at pit road. 4 tires and fuel for the most of them. William Byron had some smoke inside his car. So fairly quickly, so as they get that settled down, some of the turns, they were a little too tight turning. So it was right side tires on the last time. So the majority of these drivers are taking 4 tires and fuel off the corners, as they want to continue going the way they were going on the corner. So on this pit cycle, it was a 2-tire call for the majority of these drivers. When Ross Chastain got spun around and the right front got killed off on his part. 7 lead lap cars are staying out on this restart. So entering stage 2 will return in a moment. A lot of line changes here for how the restart's going to go. And with 7 lead lap cars staying out there, Ryan Preece inherits the lead, followed by Alex Bowman, Justin Haley, Austin Cindric, Josh Berry, Joey Logano, and Eric Jones. So Cindric, Berry, Logano, and Jones, who pitted under green, are staying out there for this next restart. Ryan Preece is staying out there which is a bold strategy between his and Derek Finley's part on staying out there, given that they would not want the cars to pit on the green. So Ty Dillon and Andrew Dickinson executing their strategies on restarts for this in-season challenge. He was a shocker on the first round when he upset Denny Hamlin, the top overall seed in the in-season challenge. He's going up against Ty Gibbs in the championship. The number 10 car for Colleague Racing, renumbered from number 31. Ross Chastain has just been released from the infield care center right after his wreck at turn 3 on lap 18, which he blocked Michael McDowell a little too much. He was involved in that crash, and Michael McDowell's car subsequently having the right front killed too. They had to come to pit road. And now his car is done for the day. In all likelihood, the rear of the car suffered the worst part of the damage. And now they're going to the choose rule. It's Priest chooses the inside on Bowman. It's Haley, Cindric, Berry, Logano, Jones, Hocevar, Briscoe, and Byron. So as they cross the start-finish line when the pace car lights turn off, that's when the choose rule goes into effect. So it's Priest on the inside, Bowman on the outside, on the front row. Cindric outside right on row 2 next to Justin Haley. Behind Cindric is Penske teammate Joey Logano. Eric Jones out there at 7th position. Last car to pit under green. The 20 of Christopher Bell and the 88 of Shane Van Gisbergen are off to pit road as well. So to clean that up right now, we're at lap number 55 of 160. 5th lap of stage 2. So Priest is staying out there on those older tires. So he's sticking with the fuel window that he, Bowman, and Haley are going with. So Derek Finley, Blake Harris, and Ryan Sparks operating on different strategies for their respective drivers, with Priest, Bowman, and Haley respectively. There was also the possibility of the 48 going to pit road on the current strategy. There might be potential rain halfway from the... So they're staying out there because there may be potential rain So there may be rain that's halfway from where they are driving. So that may be the primary reason for why they're staying out there between Priest, Bowman, and Harris, as revealed by the 48 team's communications between Blake Harris and Alex Bowman. So Bowman's staying out there in the case the rain hits. So as of right now, everything is fine. There's a 25% chance of rain to hit the area. The humidity is 70% as the pace car is off the pit road. Visibility at 17 miles, perfectly clear. So between all these drivers. Green flag is up and the gas pedals are down. Stage 2 is underway. Already they are scrambling for position and some contact at the rear of the field. The 41 of Cole Custer is having trouble. He had trouble a season ago at the Xfinity Series. So last year, he and Riley Herbst were there's smoke coming out from one of the tires. The restart is officially under review. The NASCAR is reviewing the restart for the drivers at the back of the field. Logano's up to 6th. So he's making his way to the inside. Carson Hocevar making his way up to 4th. And Byron up to 6th. The 22 got down as he is sending the dive bomb on Bubba Wallace. Cars are coming up from behind all around. Priest, the race leader. Here's another dive bomb. That is Ty Gibbs sending it free wide. And here's Denny Hamlin looking to complete a career grand slam. here at the Brickyard 400. That's the only crown jewel he has left to win. Kyle Larson with the dive bomb on Chase Briscoe, sending it to the inside. Hamlin also wants in on dive bombs as he's right by Eric Jones and Ty Gibbs. And it's only one of Josh Berry, and more blocking here. It's absolute chaos at the middle of the pack with Kyle Larson on top of it all. He gets by Chase Briscoe. Priest by half a second on Bowman as Gibbs makes his way by his teammate Briscoe. Cars off to pit road. So we're going to see how this all happens with absolute chaos all across the Brickyard 400. If how the restart happened. Oh, a big hit. The 47 of Ricky Stenhouse Jr. He had trouble last year. I thought that was the 41 of Cole Custer. We're seeing this a lot of the time. Absolute chaos and mayhem as they're all going across the restart. The 47 of Stenhouse, that roof of the hood, having some trouble as there were some brake checks and that sent Stenhouse to the outside wall. However you want to look at that. And that's part of the danger on restarts on Indianapolis Motor Speedway because the track is narrow, the track is wide, seemingly. And now they have to fix everything. And now William Byron in the 24 on the inside of Hocevar. Dive bomb on him and clears him. And you have to do it here on the inside, the innermost part of the track. That's the area in which you are more likely to pass. Nowhere else are you able to make these types of passes as Byron, he made his way by Bubba Wallace and now Carson Hocevar. He is also chasing out Austin Cindric on this field. Not just clearing them, but also one thing to pass, but it's another to clear. So far as Priest, Bowman, and Haley at the top three, these three cars are driving on a different fuel window. Cody Ware is off to pit road as Hamlin is testing Briscoe, looking to get by him on the dive bomb. Not close enough to make a dive. At the 11, the last of the old guard of Joe Gibbs Racing as Matt Kenseth retired after 2018 with Roush Fenway Racing, now RFK Racing. Tyler Reddick did get damage. He's back to 16th after sustaining damage as part of that restart. 10 laps into this stage, SVG 28th, Jesse Love at 27th, top prospect for RCR. Reddick started 4th. He is back down to 16th. Having an up and down season, he wants to get a win at the right time. It's been a frustrating year for Reddick. It was a great qualifying run yesterday. And he had a really good race last year. Finished at the runner-up spot to Kyle Larson. 11% is the fuel window for Priest, Bowman, and Haley as Chase Elliott wants to send a dive bomb on Ty Dillon. But guess who's behind him? It's Ryan Blaney, who wants a dive bomb on Elliott himself. Zane Smith is right behind Blaney too. Blaney not close enough to make the dive bomb. Does that open a window for Smith to make a dive bomb on Blaney? That's two Fords all right on top of one another. A lot of brakes on the restarts. And those opportunities to make the pass are very few and far in between. And you can't afford to make the mistakes. The last time the top three pitted was on lap 20 for Bowman and Haley. Lap 21 for Priest. And at the big board, the top three, Priest, Bowman, and Haley, they have to pit soon enough. That fuel window is open up for all three of them. And the big key is to not get lapped by Cindric right after making the pit stop. Chase Elliott has a win in his last 6 races. Four top 5s. Average finishing position of 5.7. That win came in Atlanta. He led 238 laps at Dover. That's a 238 of 279 laps that he led in that 6-race stretch. And that Napa Auto Parts Chevy. So, soon enough, Priest is going to have to give up the lead. So, now, we stay green here for this moment. At stage 2, 13 laps gone. Ryan Preece, your leader. But for how much longer? As we are back here in Indianapolis, Alex Bowman has pitted for fuel. It is 4 tires and fuel for Bowman. Priest and Haley have also pitted. Priest has ceded the lead to Austin Cindric, who is running on his strategy with Joey Logano and Josh Berry. Cindric, Logano, Berry, and Eric Jones all on the same strategy as Jones. He pitted right before the stage conclusion. So the 48 came out. So Cindric running with the lead by half a second. So the key here for Bowman is not to get lapped. So the 7's going to have problems. So he could lose a lap to the 2. We'll see how close it's going to get. So Bowman is no problem. And Haley, no. He has just been lapped by Cindric. So the pit stop of Priest went longer than anticipated. They were waiting on the fuel can. And when they put that second fuel can down, took a little longer than anticipated. So more than one pump to do this. And they had to wait on that. So Priest had one too many fuel pumps right onto him, which was a bad pit stop for Priest. It's caused him to get lapped by Cindric. He's right behind William Byron. He is down a lap. Ryan Preece, in his last 5 finishes, 8th at Pocono, 15th at Atlanta, 7th at the Chicago Street Course, 12th at Sonoma, and 19th at Dover. It's an unforced error by the pit crew of 60. One too many fuel pumps, unfortunately, for Preece. Unfortunately, it didn't go to fruition for Preece, as he is right behind William Byron on that new fuel and fresher tires. But Byron's also part of that strategy, and he also has those fresh tires on that Stage 2 beginning pit stop. 31st is Stage 1. Cindric has led 25 laps in this race. He is currently at the top spot. You talk about how long you sit at pit road. So there's 2 cars done excellent. They took a car that was decent at qualifying and they made it to an excellent car for this race. Doing a good job of holding off the 24 of William Byron, who is right behind Cindric. Byron has not won since the Daytona 500. Looking for another crown jewel victory. So the 24 team has been running nicely on fuel, but it's been a very rough stretch for Byron at the last 5 races. 27 at Pocono, 37 at Atlanta, 40th at the Chicago Street Race, 8th at Sonoma, 31st at Dover. It's a very tough stretch for Byron. He's wanting to break that dry spell here at the Brickyard, looking to get his 2nd win of the year. Bubba Wallace is 4 seconds behind Cindric at 4th place. Carson Hocevar is 3rd. Driving a 77 for Spire. Viewed as the future of the team. They're hoping that this year could be a playoff year for Hocevar. Denny Hamlin, who started dead last after crashing his car qualifying, he's up to 11th. He's looking to complete the comeback. Looking to join Ross Chastain at winning a crown jewel race after starting dead last on the field. Briscoe is currently 10th. Alex Bowman, the last car on the lead lap on the field after he pitted for fuel and 4 tires. Hamlin is half a second behind Briscoe on this battle for 10th. Not close enough to make the move. Neither is Briscoe on Ty Gibbs, who has the advantage over Ty Dillon in the in-season challenge by a long mile. Kyle Busch currently 25th after starting 12th. There was some damage to the nose. There was some, so he's way off the pace. Looked like that hood is dent. There was some aero damage on the 8 of Busch on his zone Chevy, and is causing him to lose that air. So he's way back at 25th. So he's way behind the pace compared to the rest of the field behind him. And the 16 of AJ Allmendinger holding off another road course ringer, the 88 of Shane Van Gisbergen, in their battle on this field. Cindric, Byron, Hocevar, Wallace, and Logano. Your top 5 when we come back. We are back here at the Brickyard 400 at lap 26 of stage 2. For RFK Racing, Chris Buescher's up to 6th place. Among the RFK Racing drivers, Ryan Preece was the leader before he had to pit for fuel. Brad Keselowski, a previous winner of this race, at 18th. That's when he drove for Penske in the flagship number 2. Now he's driving the flagship number 6 for RFK Racing as an owner driver. His teammate Buescher made it to the round of 8 in the 2023 NASCAR playoffs. As William Byron looking to close the gap, Joey Logano make his way up to 4th place as he went around Bubba Wallace on the inside. Ty Dillon doesn't want to lose a lap here, though he is seeing Austin Cindric come very close to him. Feels like the Cinderella story for Ty Dillon may be coming to an end in this in-season challenge. Gibbs at 9th position. Dillon's in danger of being lapped. Preece is down a lap. He does not want to be in that position, though. That pit stop took a little too long. And now, there it is. As Cindric ran him down. And Dillon's chances took a hit. Oh! Ty Dillon took a hit on the outside wall as he scraped, and Cole Custer, smoke coming out of his back tires. He has to head to pit road. The brakes are being locked up. And there are some concerns with the 41 of Custer as Byron heads to pit road. So the 24 sees that flat tire, so he's going to pit road. So he's going to pit before the yellow. As for strategy, in the event a yellow flag comes out, no caution yet. The 24 of Byron onto pit road. So Rudy Fugle came to the radio and instructed Byron to pit before a caution flag comes out. No yellow is out. Custer's still going. Now Custer, the brakes are being locked up again, although this time to a lesser extent. And now, no caution so far. They're trying to catch it now. So Custer is able to get back onto his brakes. No caution. We stay green. All that Byron needs to do is beat out Cindric. Remember, the 2 car is the focus of the 24 right now. As the 2 is catching up to the 35 of Riley Herbst. Kyle Larson off the pit road. So the 5 is coming onto pit road. So he is radioed to Cliff Daniels that he is tight getting on to the turns. There's 4 tires and fuel, the strategy for Larson and the 5 team. They've changed the right sides, and now they're going to change the left sides. There's 4 tires and fuel for Larson. Been a tough summer stretch as Denny Hamlin's making up ground. He's on to the top 10. Now that Byron is pitted from the 2nd spot, as Hamlin squeaks by Tyler Reddick. So all the numbers are working for the 11 team. Hocevar is on the pit road, so one by one, these drivers are pitting. Those that are on the alternate strategy: Cindric, Logano, Berry. Let's see what the 77 between Hocevar and crew chief Luke Lambert are going to do. Right side tires is the belief. Though the others before Hocevar have taken 4 tires and fuel. Is this going to be right sides only, or is it going to be left sides as well? So the 77, same thing, 4 tires. The 11 of Hamlin up to 9th, as Hocevar pitted from a top 10 spot. So now a caution right now could do wonders for the rest of this field as Larson gets by Herbst. So pitting now does make sense before a caution comes out. Josh Berry off the pit road. So the 21 is on to the pits. Same Penske strategy that he is operating with Logano and Cindric. There's Cindric, still the leader. And that gap up to 7 seconds. So we wonder if Cindric and Logano are going to head to pit road. because they're on that Penske strategy between Cindric, Logano, and Berry being the primary ones. Hosts are also there. 2 more cars onto pit road. One of them being Kyle Busch. Chase Elliott also onto pit road. And still out there are Cindric and Logano on the scheduled green flag pit stops. Cindric is staying on track. He is the race leader by 6.5 seconds. In the last 10 races, he's led 25 laps. Today, he's led 39. We're on lap 83, and Cindric has been the dominant car of this race. Briscoe led the early portion and took stage 1. And Briscoe's up to 6th place now. And they need the group. They're also taking an eye out for the rest of the group behind. Byron Pettit is running with Alex Bowman now. Bowman is the last lead lap car. You'd wonder. But there's a problem somewhere on this track. Cindric has a problem. There's a flat tire. The right rear is flat. Smoke coming out of Cindric. The 5 just got by him safely. No caution yet. There is a problem with the 2 of Cindric. A rear right has blown up on Cindric. He is going to pit road. He has given up the lead to Joey Logano. And because of that rear right problem, he is going around the access road. And it's coming apart. That rear right is coming apart. Will they throw the caution? There's still green here as Logano is taking the lead. Austin Cindric very slow to maneuver. He is rounding the access road now. He made it. Logano on the pit road. So he's giving up the lead. Chris Buescher also to pit road too. Wallace follows along. Ty Gibbs also on the pit road. Bubba Wallace is not on pit road, so he's going to stay out there for the moment. And now here's the 2 of Cindric as he's rounding the pit access road on that flat tire, looking to make it. More smoke is coming out. And now the question is if he's going to make it to pit road safely. That car tightened up. There was a problem. The 54 of Ty Gibbs on pit road now. 17 of Buescher making changes. As Wallace inherits the lead after that blown tire of Cindric. Very tight at the start of the turns. Gibbs exits his stall, so did Logano and Buescher. And now with Cindric, as he is now onto his pit stall, they're going to put on 2 tires. That right rear issue is a problem. They just got rid of the right rear tire. And it's right side's only for Cindric. Hamlin's on pit road. He started dead last. Right side's only for Hamlin. They're waiting on fuel here for Hamlin, so now they're going on with their current fuel tank. The 2 of Austin Cindric now is the new tires. It's Logano, Buescher, and Gibbs. So you saw it live on the problem of Cindric. That tire blew up as he was right on Ryan Preece. Closing to the ground. Bad break for Cindric as that right rear tire completely blew up at the end of the front stretch. Teams are starting to rethink some of their strategies. Bubba Wallace, last pit of lap 52. With these drivers that are out front, you wonder when Bubba's going to pit. Soon enough, that fuel window is going to open up as Bubba on his current fuel tank. He may have to pit between laps 90 and 96. For Brad Keselowski now at the top 10, as we'll come back in a moment to you in the Brickyard 400. Back here at the Brickyard 400 with 11 laps to go. At lap number 90. And Erik Jones, he hit the outside wall. Caution's back out. Second caution for an incident. That front right tire again came completely off the hinges for Jones. It's on that alternate strategy. Oh my goodness. That was more than just a kiss on the outside wall. That tire's completely come off as Jones. That wheel completely fell off. I'm not sure what just happened. As Chase Briscoe was coming to pit road. And now Jones has a much bigger problem than what Briscoe is dealing with. That wheel fell off. So on the grass, that wheel fell off as he was battling for position, getting passed by Tyler Reddick. Yet that wheel fell off. So the wheel came off. Ooh, brutal hit as Jones. That wheel completely came off. And it just popped off by a chunk. And Briscoe, he trying to get the pit road. No, he's going to have to pit along with the rest of the pack. They're not going to pit. It wasn't confusing. It's Briscoe, he inherits the lead on that sweet spot. He, Tyler Reddick, Ryan Blaney, Christopher Bell, Zane Smith, John Hunter Nemechek, Brad Keselowski, Shane Van Gisbergen, Catherine Legg, and William Byron, the top 10. As of right now, Briscoe regaining his position from the pole as he is back on the top. Yellow wasn't back then. It's been 38 laps since he last pitted. He's going to let this play out. 9 laps to go. And the lap since the last pit stop, and after that, it looks like it's all over the board for William Byron, Alex Bowman. It's been 12 laps since Byron last pitted. 24 for Bowman, 26 for Preece, 11 for Larson, 24 for Haley, 5 for Hamlin, 6 for Logano, 10 for Hocevar, 6 for Buescher, 2 for Wallace, and 6 for Berry. There have been some overtime finishes that have been chaotic. Todd Gilliland is the lucky dog. He's taking the gamble and wanting to take advantage of being that a lucky dog. So Gilliland is back on the lead lap as the recipient of the lucky dog. So much happened on that restart. So Kyle Busch has damage. Daniel Suarez has damage. Both Colin cars had contact there and rear contact from Daniel Suarez and Riley Herbst. And there's heavy front damage to the front of Suarez's car, supported by his wife Julia Piquet. So now Ham went all the way back. They had to make up some of the biggest gaps that they possibly can on this current window. As Hamlin and Logano, the two longest 10-year drivers on their respective teams. Hamlin since 2006, Logano since 2013. So Hamlin, it is 20 years now. For Logano, it is 13 years. So now we have the drivers that are coming onto pit road. Is Briscoe going to stay out, or no? We have drivers that are coming onto pit road. Just one. That is the 35 of Riley Herbst. And among the drivers that have won here before, Kyle Busch, Brad Keselowski, and Kyle Larson. The right front tire changer. The problem is you can't tighten the nut. The right front on. The jack gets dropped. That's not good. Going back to the previous pit stop from Eric Jones, the right jack gets dropped, which is a strategy which is not going to bode well. And you're wondering, hey, wait, jack it back up. And the moment that tire fell off, that's when disaster struck. Ooh, heavy contact on the outside wall. And the front tire changer knows there might be trouble for him coming. Perhaps some disciplinary action from the sanctioning body. Ooh. Just a brutal luck. The damage to Daniel Suarez's car after the restart stack up is very noticeable. Chastain is done for the day as we got the update. That was at the end of stage 1. Suarez's car running with that noticeable dent on the front from that restart. 8 laps to go here in stage 2. This is the first crown jewel race of the season. You have one more to go. That is the Southern 500. We'll unfortunately not be calling the Southern 500 as that is during the first weekend of September, and I will be away at that time. The Ty Gibbs in the 54. He's focused on winning the in-season challenge, but also winning a crown jewel race to him. Ty Gibbs. $1 million on the line between Gibbs and Ty Dillon, between these two drivers. And there's some nose damage from Dillon's car on the number 10. See how much he can pick up. How much Gibbs can change his strategy. A noticeable dent on the 10 car of Ty Dillon. It's a very tough choice for him. In front of him, it's the 62 of Jesse Love, RCR's top prospect. So if you're Ty Gibbs, do you want to address that front damage on the nose? There's going to be a risk that's going to be taken here. How many cars are going to come to pit road? Almost the whole field. Or half the field. No, Blaney's going to stay out there. At the last moment, Jonathan Hassler instructed him to stay out there. Almost made the change. So Briscoe comes on. Blaney stays out there. So it's an interesting move as Blaney stays out. And Tyler Reddick is giving Chase Briscoe a little bump draft. So the restart accident at the beginning of the stage looms large. Reddick ceding the third spot as he gets onto pit road. He is getting onto the second group. Refueling. You do not get that break as Briscoe waiting on fuel as now he gets a signal. He is going to lose a spot coming out of pit road. Lose 2 spots actually. He is behind Christopher Bell and John Hunter Nemechek with the best pit stop. Nemechek jumps 4 positions. Ryan Blaney will restart from the lead when we come back here to end stage 2. Indianapolis Motor Speedway has traditions of legends. Jeff Gordon won the inaugural race in 1994. Dale Jarrett starts a tradition of kissing the bricks in 1996. He always hit the trophy, and that's been a tradition has stuck ever since. Tony Stewart climbed the fence in 2005 when he won it at his home state. AJ Allmendinger won the road course in 2021. It's the first of 3 road courses here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Tyler Reddick 2022, Michael McDowell 2023. And Reddick and McDowell's victories came when they were driving for different teams. Reddick for RCR, McDowell for Front Row. Now Reddick's on 2311, and McDowell is on Spire. This is the last lap in which the pace car lights are on. So now, some cars are sagging back further onto the pack. So the knob went further. So because there may be the sense of urgency on these drivers. Ryan Blaney and Brad Keselowski are trying to take advantage of the rest of their current fuel window. They last pitted 42 laps ago, than each of them. There was a lengthy stop on pit road from Daniel Suarez, and he's coming back onto pit road again. A huge dent on the front of his car. They literally taped the hood shaft. See how this goes. He's just exiting pit road. So Blaney and Keselowski are staying out to try and get stage points. Their fuel window is at 9%. Blaney currently is the leader. He has led 2 laps. Keselowski ran out of gas ahead of the first overtime restart of last year's edition of the race. And now Blaney chooses the inside lane on the front row. Keselowski on the outside. Former teammates right next to one another, and current teammates right behind them to William Byron and Alex Bowman. You have Kyle Larson and Joey Logano on row 3, Denny Hamlin and Carson Hocevar on row 4, Chris Buescher and Bubba Wallace on row 5. Eric Jones has checked out the infield care center. He was slow on the right front. The crash was at lap 90, in which the front wheel completely came off. And with badly attached hinges, he is done for today. So he is alright though. He's fortunate to have climbed out of the car. And very fortunate. Things did not work out. That right front completely exploded. Tough endings for Eric Jones. Tough ending for Eric Jones. Tough ending for Ross Chastain. Those two are done for today, as it's been confirmed. Ryan Blaney leading the inside front row. Brad Keselowski the outside front row. This race is stuck onto his mind for a year, as the mini officiating controversy ensued when Keselowski ran out of fuel on the overtime restart and had to pit. Keselowski previously won the 2018 version of this race and the 2.5-mile oval. Trying to get staged is a position for Blaney and Keselowski to get stage points. And they need to have their cars hold up if the fuel is going to hold up. They cannot afford to have the fuel tank on empty at any point between Blaney and Keselowski. For Jonathan Hassler and Jeremy Bullins, they're hoping that those strategies pay off. Bullins previously was Keselowski's crew chief at Penske, and previously was the crew chief for Harrison Burton last year, which they got an upset victory at the Coca-Cola's and the Coke Zero Sugar 400 over Kyle Busch. They're all rounding around the front stretch now. Pace cars up. Stage points being a must here for Blaney and Keselowski. Blaney has that one victory at Nashville. He's the last driver to have won at an oval track from someone outside of Gibbs or Hendrick. We'll see how the rest of Stage 2 pays out here. Josh Berry with a big move off the restart. And Keselowski fighting for his life as he falls back onto row 2. Larson makes it free wide as he jumps ahead for second position. He's learned lessons from the Indy 500 before, and he's wanted to make those lessons pay out here again for a second straight year at the Brickyard 400. Hocevar on top of Bubba Wallace here. Dive bomb for third from William Byron. Denny Hamlin make his way up, all the way up to third position. He holds off Byron right now. 4 to go. As Keselowski is sagging behind, but here's Bowman on Logano. On his inside, struggling to gain momentum as Chase Briscoe does a dive bomb as well. Right on Shane Van Gisbergen with 3 to go. Bowman wiggles. Hocevar is right behind him. Bowman up to 6th, Hocevar to 7th. Logano falling behind. He gets in line in front of Buescher. Larson running 2nd, Byron 4th, Bowman 6th. The only one outside the top 10 among the Hendrick drivers is Chase Elliott at 13. Some of the frustrations at this back straightaway as there fierce precision battles here. Josh Berry and Ty Dillon were both fighting for 19th to take it away from Ty Gibbs. And they're running it right onto the grass to both of them. Pandemonium here on this restart. As there's a bump, Todd Gilliland and Josh Berry hit. And they lose position as a result. 2 to go. Pit road is closed. Can Larson catch up to Blaney? He's wanting to put a run here to try and throw the dive bomb once it gets close enough. He's not close enough to make the dive bomb now. Gap is 0.3 seconds between these two superstars. Hamlin running on the inside now. It's making a wide turn as Byron's right behind him. William Byron wants to make the dive bomb himself for third. He is inching close, but he's not close enough for said dive bomb. He has to wait now. And Blaney goes inside. Way inside. And Larson catching up. Last lap of stage 2. The Larson pulled up through pit road. And the strategy he's employing, it seems to be paying off well. And then maybe he set up for Larson and try to get another Brickyard 400 win. But Hamlin may be in the way of that as he's right behind him. What Blaney is doing is blocking off Larson to try to hold him off. Is the fuel going to hold up? Same question can be asked for Keselowski. All they have to survive is 2 turns and 1 long drive on the front stretch. Round turn 4. Blaney won a NASCAR Championship 2023. Larson 2021. Ryan Blaney. The fuel does hold up. He wins stage 2. Larson, Hamlin, Byron, Keselowski, Bowman, Hocevar, Logano, Buescher, and Wallace round out the top 10 here in stage 2. It was chaos at the stage 2 restart, all crossing the yard of bricks. Austin Cindric, the dominant car, had a problem on the right front tire. After being a dominant car for much of the day. We'll come back in a moment for stage 3. $1 million on the line here between Ty Gibbs and Ty Dillon. So far the advantage is with Ty Gibbs in the NASCAR In-Season Challenge. Blaney, stage 2 winner. You believe he's off the pit road for 4 tires and fuel. He held off Larson on those old tires and on the waning fuel tank. So now he's off the pit road to get gas and 4 tires. So he's going to be on the tail end of a long line. 21 starts, 1 win this year, 7 top 5s, 9 top 10s, average finish of 18. His last win came at Nashville. So he's very close on fuel. So he went off to get fuel. Alex Bowman and Brad Keselowski came on pit road. So Bowman got 4 tires and fuel on the Ally Financial 48. Gibbs on to pit road. They're going to get as much fuel as they can. Brad Keselowski also getting 4 tires and fuel on the number 6 Ford. So another fuel tank coming for Keselowski as Gibbs also gets 4 tires and fuel. So Chris Gabehart and Tyler Allen leading the way for Gibbs. So Keselowski ahead of Gibbs on this pit stop and a cycle. Not going to gain anything between the two of them as the lucky dog goes to Austin Cindric. It's a relief lap for Cindric as he gets the lucky dog position. He is 24th in the running order, and has to be the happiest man out there after having that right front breakdown over the back straightaway with a front stretch. We'll be right back here from the Brickyard. Chase Briscoe took stage 1. Ryan Blaney took stage 2. So Ryan Blaney, stage 2 winner. And now as we go on back onto stage 3, Kyle Larson, new leader. He has Denny Hamlin right behind him, who started dead last on this field after crashing his car in qualifying. He has worked his way up to second, trying to complete a career grand slam. And how up front they go will work wonders and down the future as Larson operating on a strategy that can help him out. And the backdrop of around the IMS being so beautiful around. And what a recovery by Denny Hamlin. And the contrast in days between Bubba Wallace and Hamlin, of course, as Wallace himself a solid car. Unfortunately, there are some moments in which the car betrays him. As Hamlin, he has since recovered from that qualifying crash yesterday in which he has to start from the rear of the field with a backup car. And now he's up to second place, right next to Denny Hamlin. Start from the back. Race 1 winner, Chase Briscoe. It's his first stage win since Pocono. Ryan Blaney gets his 5th stage win this season. Hamlin started in last place. He is currently second, right behind Kyle Larson. Ryan Blaney won stage 2. He is right behind Austin Cindric, who is the lucky dog in the position which they're at. And is Blaney coming back to pit road? I don't know what is happening because as we don't see it just yet. Larson, drivers inside, Hamlin, drivers outside. Followed by Byron and Hocevar in row 2. Logano and Buescher, row 3. Bubba Wallace and Chase Briscoe, row 4. Jahar Nemechek, Chase Elliott, row 5. So that's the starting grid on the upcoming restart. Larson started 13th. 8th place at stage 1, 2nd at stage 2. So because they're under yellow, so they're shaking in the car a bit so as to save the fuel. And the fuel savings is important. Hamlin has a better fuel tank than Larson at this current rate. Have to take more fuel. At some point at the middle of stage 3, they'll have to pit for fuel. Larson, Hamlin, and everyone around at the front 5 here. Larson, Hamlin, Byron, Hocevar, and Logano. Those are applies to Buescher. Chase Elliott as well. So basically they're having to go for about 30 or so laps. And then one more stop for 4 tires and fuel. They're trying to stretch the fuel out and then let it play out. Pit. Whether it be Chris Gabehart or Chris Gale's voice for Hamlin. If you have to pit at the middle of this race and be sure that the race leader does not lap you. That is the important part. It's all coming down to a cat and mouse game of saving fuel and how much you're saving at the end of the day. Around turn 4 as they're coming back on lap 106. The pace car is about to head to pit road as they're about to get onto the green flag lap. Larson on 52% fuel, Byron 50%, Hocevar 54%, Elliott 56%. Compared to Hamlin at 66%, Logano 64%, Buescher 64%. Keep in mind the fuel savings are going to be important here throughout stage 3. The cars in the middle of the pack better equipped for the long run on the fuel tanks they have. Green flag is up. Gas pedals are down. Stage 3. Let's get rocking and rolling. Hamlin has a jump on the outside of Larson. But Larson has that edge on the inside. Oh, the 5 got up the track a little bit. He's jumping out onto the gas. Into 2. As Hamlin. William Byron kind of gave up that entry on Denny Hamlin as to pave the way. Larson goes inside. The rest of that outside pack also heads towards the inside as Byron wants to get the dive bomb on Hamlin. Hamlin says, But Byron wanted to jump out of line as Denny wanted to go after Larson. The front 5 being jam-packed here, but nobody is close enough to make a dive bomb. And in control of this race now is Kyle Larson. Wanting to get an early birthday gift He's delivered a big time moment, Larson, last year. In last year's Brickyard 400, and Ryan Preece to the outside of Chase Briscoe, or the inside rather, as he's looking to get the dive bomb going already. So far the dive bomb has worked sometimes, and Briscoe, did he touch the wall? I don't believe he did. I almost thought they did as John Nemechek pulls out of line. And nope, he's going to stay in line as Preece clears Briscoe and gets by him for 9th place. And now Briscoe inside of Bell. And Bell wanted to go to the outside of Briscoe to test him. Now he goes inside. Superstar up against teammate. These two are best friends. And now Nemechek wants to follow suit with Bell. These two Toyota drivers going one on top of one another and trying to pass Briscoe. Briscoe may have a problem. Right behind him is Josh Berry. Briscoe has fallen behind several positions. Pole sitter here at Indianapolis. And Berry's right behind him. Wiggles him loose. Can't get close to him for the dive bomb. We want to try again. Not close enough. Gap is 0.3 seconds between Larson and Hamlin for the race lead. Hamlin's trying to complete the career Grand Slam. And also Josh Berry. He won Xfinity one time before here at this racetrack. He's a late bloomer at the NASCAR Cup Series. Got his first career win earlier this year at Las Vegas in the Pennzoil 400. And Justin Haley's having a good day for his standards. And Larson holding his own up at the front, widening his lead over Hamlin. The old guard of Joe Gibbs Racing. Larson having one of the fastest laps out there. And we talk of fuel and the wind. It causes it to get turned up at this moment. And whenever these two are at the front, you know the race is going to be a good battle between these two stars. And some big pit stops are going to come in about 20 or so laps. Kyle Larson is your leader at the Brickyard 400 when we come back. 48 laps to go. The fastest lap, Kyle Larson, 50.350 seconds. Here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, Denny Hamlin, 50.372 seconds. Tyler Reddick, 50.410 seconds. As we're in lap number 113 here. Larson the leader, Hamlin at second, and William Byron up to third. That's how they run on this top three. The top three have firmly separated themselves from the rest of the pack. Hocevar 4th, Logano 5th, Wallace 6th, Reddick 7th, Buescher 8th, Priest 9th, Bell 10th. That's your top 10 as it runs right now. Ty Gibbs leading Ty Dillon as he's at 18th. Up ahead of Ty Dillon in this in-season challenge. Gibbs in position to win $1 million. Lap 114 of the Brickyard 400. The final race of this inaugural NASCAR in-season challenge. He is right behind Shane Van Gisbergen, holding on to his position. Running at 18th. So far, so good. Half a second between Larson and Hamlin. Or 5/8 of a second, rather. That 17th position of SVG. Right now is what is being good right now for SVG. In this next-gen car. Ty Dillon currently runs 29th. So Gibbs getting a familiar sense on this oval. So the gains that he's made here at this oval, being positive gains for Ty Gibbs, SVG as well. The last three finishes, a win at Chicago, a win at Sonoma, 30th at Dover. Some sort of a bounce back for SVG after a 30th place finish at Dover. He's running 17th here at Indy. Hocevar running 4th at the front of the pack that is separate from the three leaders, Larson, Hamlin, and Byron. The two powerhouses, Gibbs and Hendrick. And per se, Penske. That's the third powerhouse here as Logano runs 5th on this running order. The window of this final stop looking to open up soon enough. Or if these cars are looking to pit here, though Hamlin is getting much closer in the positions that they're all coming in. Hocevar moving up, looking to gain some ground. And Josh Berry is the first to pit. So it's going to, each car is going to come separate, one on top of one another. And out to pit. And this pit stop, I'll have to see how it goes on. Right sides go off. At first, so Josh Berry, it's right sides only for Berry. At first, it'll help him dramatically. The right sides only. Not a lot of time spent on pit road. The fuel tank is refueled. So Berry gets the fuel tank up and ready. So the leaders are on the front stretch. It's going to be very close. Logano's the next one off. So he wants to trickle in as Berry and Logano on the same Penske strategy. Another Penske car, which means that Logano is going to be on that same strategy that Berry is at. Would Blaney follow up that same strategy? So Logano is getting those right sides changed. The fuel tank is getting filled up. They're waiting a while, so he isn't waiting. There were 42 to go. You remember that is the right sides only on this sector. Byron's up to third. Hamlin still on that cat and mouse game with Kyle Larson as they're one on top of one another. And now two more cars come onto pit road. Byron's on. He is pitting from third place. The cat and mouse game continuing between Kyle Larson and Denny Hamlin. So they're playing the long range game on their strategies, right sides, and fuel. And it's not going to be a collective group. This battle for the lead still going on. You believe that Larson and Hamlin are going to continue battling for the lead. And then one by one, these cars are going to pit. If Larson and Hamlin do pit, they're going to be giving up the top 2 spots. Briscoe on the pit road. Once again, it is right sides only. It's Byron and Briscoe. As Byron was first, but Briscoe, he passes him off pit road on the access road. Briscoe's going to have a hard time looking to beat the 5 car down the back straightaway. And 19 went off of turn 2. And so far, flawless lead between Briscoe and Byron. They're up ahead of the both of them. So Briscoe and Byron already out there up front. Bubba Wallace is now on the pit road, along with one other. Right sides for Bubba. Right sides and fuel. You weigh a little... So the fuel is weighing on a little too much. Josh Bilicki is also at pit road. 5 cars already out of the race. Among them include Ross Chastain and Eric Jones. There's Larson and Hamlin still on the top 2. Chris Buescher leaving pit road as he is going down the access road. And another car is coming on. That is Ty Gibbs. He is making his stop on lap 121. He is one of 2 finalists on the in-season challenge. They're directly competing with Ty Dillon. Byron and Briscoe battling up ahead of Larson and Hamlin. Gap is half a second between them. And in between the both of them as Larson and Hamlin both cede the lead to Carson Hocevar. 4 other cars head on. And Hocevar is also on his way there. Tyler Reddick too. John Hunter Nemechek inherits the lead. Justin Haley right behind. On lap 122, Larson, previous race leader. Quiv Daniels instructing right sides and fuel. Most of these cars are taking right sides and fuel on most of these strategies. So William Byron, one of the cars that exit pit road on the strategy that most of these drivers are employing. And the number 24 car, as Larson exits out of his stall and goes up. Hocevar a little too long on the fuel. You're not going to wait on fuel. So now with everything that's blending, we'll see how this all fixes out. Soon enough, you would imagine that Nemechek is going to pit, and he is. He'll give it the lead to Justin Haley. So Byron is out there among the lead lap cars of those that have already pitted. Hamlin fits in. Logano soon enough may have to pit, or he's the leader among those that have already pitted, as he was the first one off. So Haley is the leader for the moment. Bubba Wallace sitting at 11th, and Logano at the top. Chase Elliott pits. John Hunter Nemechek and Zane Smith all at the pits. So Haley is the leader. So Logano still running out there. Nemechek back out there. He's exiting out of pit road. Haley still at the lead. 38 laps left on this race as the green flag pit stops are still cycling on. Shane Van Gisbergen pits. So right sides for Paul Wolfe and company. He's not leading right now, but he is leading along the current group. Bubba Wallace and Tyler Reddick on the group. Logano trying to get a Brickyard 400 victory. It's another one of those crown jewel victories that he wants to get on his resume. He is a Daytona 500 winner in 2015. Don't count out the 2311 cars. They're not out of this mix. Green flag pit stops coming to a conclusion right now. We'll be right back with 37 to go in a moment. Back here at the Brickyard, Joey Logano being the race leader right now as he leads his current pack ahead of the 23-11 boys. Bubba Wallace and Tyler Reddick. Logano's won a crown jewel before, the Daytona 500 in 2015. And that was 10 years ago. He has not won a crown jewel race ever since. And that remains his only crown jewel race victory. He's looking to add another crown jewel to his resume. He is a three-time Cup Series champion, 2018, 2022, and 2024. He is also the defending champion of the Cup Series. It's Logano, the second Penske driver to be the top dog at this position, not counting Ryan Blaney at the end of Stage 2, though Blaney won the stage. Kyle Larson, 37.7 driver time. And Joey Logano, 38.5 driver time. Crew time, 11.1 for Larson, 6.1 for Logano. There's Logano, followed by Bubba Wallace with 32 to go. They're all rounding around the back straightaway. So Logano, the de facto leader, though Justin Haley is scored as the race leader. Logano is 6th. You can imagine that Haley, Brad Keselowski, Ty Dillon, Ryan Blaney, well, could all be employee strategy where they're trying to steal some points. Soon enough, you had to think that they are going to pit Haley, as this battle is going on here between Logano and Bubba Wallace. Do remember that Haley is still scored as the race leader. The gap is closing onwards. These turns are tight. So these gambles that the 22, 23, and 45 are taking seem to be paying off right now. So as the overtime, they save fuel. They save a little more gas for the end of this cycle. Do you remember Justin Haley is still scored as the race leader? Brad Keselowski is 1.1 seconds behind him. Now the gap is cut to 1 second. The race is focused on Logano and company. On the main part of this pack. Remember, with 30 to go, Haley is still the leader. Well, Keselowski is catching up. Justin Haley last pitted on lap 93. So Larson and company are radioing each other. They are good on fuel. So they're doing more room on the fuel window. As Larson has 3 cars right in front of him to work with. The first 5 cars on the list all have to pit for fuel soon enough. And tires. Haley, Brad Keselowski, Ty Dillon, Ryan Blaney, and Catherine Legg. So, you know what the 19 of Briscoe did on the strategy to account for the long range game. Coming up on 29 to go, soon to be 28 to go. You remember that last year, Brad Keselowski had controlled the race last year before the fuel ran out, and he had to pit for fuel ahead of the overtime restart. So on the long range game, you wonder that if the fuel window backfires, then you ought to wonder if these cars are going to pit for fuel. Ryan Blaney's still going. We'd imagine that he's going to pit for fuel soon enough. He, Haley, Keselowski, Gillen, still are out there. There is a lap car right behind Blaney, and that is, I believe, the 51 of... No, actually, Cody Ware is out. See, there was a lot of caution laps on that span for Blaney last year. The lap car right behind Blaney is the 41 of Cole Custer. There's a 19% fuel window for Haley to run through, 35% each for Keselowski, Gillen, Blaney, and Legg. The fuel windows, 66% for Logano, 71% for Wallace, 76% each for Reddick and Larson, 64% for Josh Berry. Now Haley still scored as the race leader. Soon enough, he's going to need to pit because he does not have the fuel tank necessary to stretch out the rest of it. So he needs fuel. And if the caution comes out, he can stay out. If you're Justin Haley, you are leading the Brickyard 400. You can take all you can need. The Ryan Sparks and company, they're employing the strategy in which they're going to save as much fuel as they can until a caution comes out. Whew. Michael McDowell down so many laps here at the Brickyard 400 as attributed to an earlier wreck in which his front right was killed. 26 laps left. And Logano has trouble. Right rear is down. And it all got a little too aggressive there. Logano has trouble. There's heavy smoke coming from his right rear. He is on the access road now. Trouble on his car. The green flag is still up. Will he make it to pit road? Tire problems on Joey Logano. He has safely reached pit road. He's going to get the tires changed. And now he's going to have to come back because they're, once again, as we attribute to tire problems. Michael McDowell dealt with tire problems. Ross Chastain had an earlier problem in which the front right was killed after aggressively blocking Michael McDowell. And McDowell, too, had tire problems as a result of that crash. Rear right is killed. So it's rear right tires for Logano and fuel. So right side tires for Logano. Getting a lot of fuel on his current window. A lot of stress from Logano as he's on those braking zones. Around turn 2 is when he exited out when the tire problems started to first appear. There was a rear right tire failure. Bubba Wallace sees this and successfully maneuvers around Logano to his outside, going for the radiator of that car. And the problems for Logano just got worse. He has no power. He has trouble getting out of pit road. His pit crew tried to assist him to give him a push. There's no power on his car. His car is completely stalled out at pit road. Will this be enough to generate a caution? And will this make Justin Haley the beneficiary? His entire crew has come out and try and assist him off pit road. And if he can't go, will this be caution worthy? They're trying to get him pushed here to get him going. Finally, the power is through, so no caution will be necessitated. Haley and Keselowski are onto pit road. Logano is on. Logano's made his way around the track, so Haley has ceded his lead to Ryan Blaney. Keselowski was hoping for the caution, in which Logano would stall out at pit road. Now Blaney is scored as the race leader, and scored at second place now is Catherine Legg. Though for how much longer? Right side's only for Keselowski. Bubba Wallace is behind Legg. He is 5 seconds behind Legg as Keselowski makes his way around the access road. Blaney scored as the leader, hoping for a caution. The gap is about 18 seconds between Blaney and Legg. Long way on field for Blaney. He goes around McDowell, the lap car. 23 to go when we return. Laps to go here at the Brickyard 400 in the 29th edition of it. Ryan Blaney is the leader. Now it's 19 laps to go. He's the race leader now. Bubba Wallace, as he got around Catherine Legg for second place. Score. He is currently second place. Ideally, you'd think that Bubba would be the race in position to win this race. His Legg and Blaney have yet to pit. Logano had a problem here on his right rear, and he had problems with his power. His pit crew had to assist him to get reignited up. Blaney, the race leader. He had this race stuck on his mind for a full year. After what happened last year in a mini officiating controversy, though Larson did not jump the restart. The controversy started when Keselowski ran out of fuel on the overtime restart. Larson's right behind Tyler Reddick, currently running at 5th place. Behind Reddick, Legg, Wallace, and Blaney. Josh Berry is also in the fray. He is right behind for 6th place. The Legg is driving a much slower car than Wallace is. Blaney scores the race leader. Will the fuel hold up is the question. They're all on top of one another and trying to maintain a track position. And Blaney, he's going to pit road with Cole Custer. He is ceding the lead. Though Custer taking one of the first stalls. The Blaney says he does not have enough fuel to maintain the lead for the rest of the race. So the lead is being given up to Bubba Wallace here with 18 laps to go. Legg has also made her way to pit road. So the 2311 teammates, Wallace and Reddick, have inherited the lead. Heavy damage on Kyle Busch's car. Heavily taped on that hood. He enters today on a 100 race winless streak. The last one was at September 2002 at Kansas Speedway. 17 laps to go. And this year is a make or break year for Bubba. And the last restart, he had a good jump. Reddick, a championship finalist last year. And the pit crew with excellent adjustments and for Bubba. Charles Deneke. How long it takes to plug that can in, excellent. Another car pits. And moving up that race is Denny Hamlin in the mix at 5th place. Many cars not out of this running. Kyle Larson up to 2nd place as he clears Tyler Reddick. Well, he is clearly not out of it. He is the reigning winner of this event, but he is behind by 5 seconds. Larson's at 2nd if anything happens to Bubba. And, Chris Buescher got loose. He saved it as Carson Hocevar went onto overdrive, and Brad Keselowski is right behind him. Moving towards the inside as he clears on the inside of John Hunter Nemechek with 16 to go. Now 15. His teammate Ryan Preece doesn't want to see a yellow. Bubba has the best car on the field right now. He is ahead by 5.7 seconds ahead of Kyle Larson. No caution. So there have been 2 cautions for an incident today. One because of Ross Chastain, the other because of Eric Jones, as the right fronts have expired on both of them. Saving fuel is important, but also they don't want to lose any sort of track position. Cole Custer down a lap. He is at 24th spot. Catherine Legg is the last lead lap car. Ryan Blaney at 22nd. A right rear problem for Joey Logano. Tyler Reddick may be doing for right rear problem. Gap is 5 seconds. Still, there's a lot of time for this race to be decided. 14 laps to go. And William Byron right on the rear of Reddick. Hamlin at 5th. And if there's a restart, that could bode well for Hamlin to be in position to complete his career Grand Slam. What a ride it is for Hamlin to make up that much ground all the way from dead last on the field all the way to 5th place to where he's at right now. An admirable run for Denny. It's down to 5 seconds as Larson's trying to make up ground. But there are several lap cars on the equation, including Ty Dillon. And how much pace will the 5 car be at catching up to the 23 car? Larson has a much faster car than Bubba right now. 13 laps to go. So that gap's going to be much of a difference. It's Larson. Lessons learned from the Indy 500 and carry over to the Brickyard 400. He's still not out of it. Chase Briscoe was already clinched into playoff spot for a win. He's at 7th position. Bubba Wallace is the leader. Tyler Reddick is the points leader on the playoff cutoff line. Alex Bowman and Chris Buescher would make the playoffs on points at this current rate. Ryan Preece, Kyle Busch, Ty Gibbs, and AJ Allmendinger will be the first 4 out at this current rate. There's some right rear vibrations from Briscoe as it runs here. Larson's made it less than 5 seconds with 13 laps to go. Coming up on 12 to go. So the tire issues have been all across this Brickyard 400. The right front of Chastain and Jones, especially McDowell, and the right rear of Cindric and Logano. Cindric was the dominant car earlier in this race. There's been no true dominant car in this race. It's Bubba Wallace. The lead cut down to 4.5 seconds. And even if this is a comfortable lead, it is not a safe lead. Here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway, knowing that Larson has a much faster car and Bubba's on par with the rest of the field. The 23. He has not won the 23 since Talladega of 2021. The last time he won a race was when he drove the 45 car, when he swapped rides with Ty Gibbs. And that was because Kurt Busch suffered a season-ending concussion at Pocono earlier in that year. 11 to go. Lead is 4.5 seconds. So you have to think of what is right in front for Bubba Wallace. He has been on the playoff bubble all throughout the course of the season. Last year was arguably its most consistent year, but at the same time also its most frustrating year. He and Chris Buescher were fighting for the last playoff spot, but they both were involved in the same crash at the Southern 500. 10 laps to go here for Bubba Wallace. Larson wants to stick to his plan as he makes his way around Catherine Legg, who is the lap car. So if you're Bubba, you have to keep on the throttle and hope that Larson doesn't pull off a miracle or a rabbit out of the magician's hat. But knowing that it's Kyle Larson and he's had experience here at the Indy 500 before, he can do that. He's won here last year. And you're also hoping for that if you're a Bubba or a Bubba fan, and you're hoping that a late race caution doesn't shake things up, because that will play right onto Larson's hands. The 5 team is rallying late with 9 laps to go. The gap now close to 4.2 seconds. Is there enough time for Larson to stage a comeback? Reddick's fading back. Byron, Hamlin, same thing. But as they're all fading back, Larson's looking to get onto the picture. What a job here for Hamlin after starting last place and getting track position all throughout. Reddick and Byron around the lap car of Kyle Busch. And they're all trying to hang on to their spots. And for Bubba, he's looking to hang on to his lead to win a crown jewel race, which would be the biggest win of his NASCAR Cup Series career if he can hang on for 8 more laps. There's a little bit of a run from the 24 on the 45 as he's going way down low, trying to get the dive bomb, battling for third. There it is. William Byron up to third. There's a shallow entry here. The gap now less than 4 seconds as Larson's trying to pull it off. There have been some complaints about the balance and the vibration for the 45 team. And now here's Hamlin going to the inside of Reddick. Way off the track and the pace. Josh Berry, oh my goodness, that was dangerously close. There have been complaints on the vibration from Reddick. Is he going to pit? Good effort from Josh Berry, who's made his way up to 5th with 7 to go. The gap is 3.7 seconds, and Larson's trying to complete the rally. What a drive for Berry and the PPG Paints car for the Wood brothers. Bubba Wallace trying to ride this out. 3.5 seconds is the gap. And you're also hoping that there's no caution here for these final 7 laps here of the Brickyard 400. Hamlin down the back straightaway, hanging on to 4th. And Josh Berry is right on his tail, closing that gap between him and Hamlin to 0.4 seconds. Berry, a late bloomer, broke onto the scene as an Xfinity Series star, made the transition to Cup, solid in his first year, better improvements in his second year. A gap now 3 seconds. There are 6 laps. And how much throttle do you use? Oh my goodness, a caution is out. And that changes everything. There's rain in turn 1. The radar is clear, but there's rain in turn 1 as per reports. In such a large racetrack, if they can't go for the rest of this race, Bubba Wallace will be declared the winner. Race control has determined that there's rain at turn 1, so they have thrown the caution out. And it changes a lot. If they can go, then what would this impact for Bubba Wallace and Kyle Larson? How would it shake things up? The gap was 3 seconds between Bubba and Larson. 5 laps to go here. And they're trying to save as much as they possibly could. And they're going to push this car beyond the pace. They're going to ask a lot. So, rain falling at turn 1. So, it's going to change a lot. So, 5 more minutes. This is exactly what's seen. It's Ty Gibbs writing this out. At this current rate, if these cars cannot go because the rain would persist, if the rain does persist, then Ty Gibbs is declared the winner of the inaugural in-season challenge, and Bubba Wallace is the race winner. Leg is the lucky dog. So she is back on the lead lap score, 23rd. She was in the top 5, having a good run. And what a ride it is for Leg. Competing in the Indy 500 some time ago. Now, the large chunk of this race is understanding the car. Driving to 78 for Live Fast Motorsports. Gibbs at 19th. Ty Dillon at 30th. There is rain on the windshield over the turn 1 side. They'll have to monitor if this rain's going to persist. Perhaps with 3 laps to go, tires would do. The tires might not be a huge advantage. If you're Ty Dillon, all you can do is pray. So the weather is there. Of course, they don't want to turn away an opportunity to win the in-season challenge. There's a big lead for Bubba Wallace, Charles Deneke. That's been erased. It was good shape and pace for Bubba and company. There's a potential green-white checkered on the way. Of course, he wants to go for that trophy to kiss the bricks. Bubba Wallace. There it is. Kyle Larson tried to get an early birthday gift. No, Charles Deneke, first year calling the shots. And tremendous leadership for Bubba. Great success over the Craftsman Truck Series. He's making the most of these types of races for Bubba Wallace. With 4 laps to go, this would change everything. Pit road is yet to be opened. And they have to determine whether or not the track can be raced on. So they're going to check the radar. Didn't really show up on the radar until it was just here. So the rain may have passed by. There was some water on the windshield of the 54. It may push us all the way to overtime. It could be. There are a lot of cars on the field that have a legitimate shot to win now. Bubba and Larson being 2 of them. The track does have the track has enough. So Charles Deneke says it's going to rain and they're going to lose the track. They're worried about running out under pace laps. And parts of the racetrack is raining, including the garage. Now the rain's starting to pick up quite a bit. Now the rain's becoming harder. The laps may run them out of fuel, it seems. Now it's getting wet here. It turns out they might not run this race here anymore. On the track, the turn 1 corner is at the worst. So it turns out they're going to come down pit road and they're going to stop the race at this point. Because as soon as they start talking, the rain has started to come down. As said by Quiff Daniels, the crew chief of Kyle Larson. So they're all going to cover the race cars with tarp. If they can't go throughout the rest of this race, then the race will be declared official. If they cannot continue to race for the rest of this day. So the pit road may be in a very similar position. Unless if there's a green-white checkered. So a red flag is about to come out. It's going to be a very difficult ending for Kyle Larson and company. So red flag is out because of the rain. At the turn 1 side. Now Bubba Wallace, one of his wins came under the rain. At Talladega, that was. Now everyone's being parked at pit road and lined up single file. They're all hoping that they can get to finish this race out. But for now, it's a red flag. Bubba Wallace is the race leader. And they all need the jet dryers to come out. So now, the long wait will start. So this drama seems to unfold late in the race. This is the case again with the rain. Last year was the case. And if this rain persists, Bubba Wallace might be the winner. If they declared that the race should be official. At the turn 1 side, it's where it's the worst. That's where the rain is the heaviest. Jet dryers are coming out. And that was not big time rain. And so far in the playoff leaderboard, Denny Hamlin, 4 wins. Larson, Bell, and SVG each have 3 wins. William Byron, Ryan Blaney, Austin Cindric, Chase Briscoe, Joey Logano, Chase Elliott, Ross Chastain, and Josh Berry each have a win. Bubba Wallace is the race leader. If he wins, he is in. I mean, that puts Tyler Reddick, Alex Bowman, and Chris Buescher as the playoff eligible drivers on points. First 4 out would be Ryan Preece, Kyle Busch, Ty Gibbs, and AJ Allmendinger should the standings hold up. If Bubba Wallace wins this race, that is. Here at IMS. And you know how things can get crazy over at Iowa Speedway. There was a 10% there was a 25% chance that rain would get. We are getting that rain. It is worse at turn 1. So we're waiting on official words. Rain is in at IMS. Car's been brought onto the pits with 4 laps to go. Next week, we'll be at Iowa Speedway when the NASCAR Cup Series. That's the next race. This is next week. So Saturday will be practice and qualifying. Sunday will be the race. Right now, it is Bubba Wallace, the race leader. They are jet drying the track after it rained at turn 1. It's where it was worst in this moment. So they have red flagged the race with 4 laps to go. They have began the jet drying process. Says Charles Denique has told Bubba Wallace that they are good for one green, white checkered. Then they ran out of fuel. There is something on the 24. Oh. There might be something going on with William Byron. So there might be an issue with Bubba Wallace. Or issue of William Byron, I meant. It's not really a panic moment. But there is smoke coming from William Byron on his car. No real panic there. It's got to be miserable sitting in these cars. It's just the smallest blip on the radar in IMS. Bubba Wallace said, "It's fine, it's fine." He obviously didn't want a caution. There's 6 laps to go. There might be smoke in the car. There might be some residue. A little warm inside the car, he says. So he's sitting third right now, as per the current standings. Sitting at third place on this race. Now how everyone gets through one restart, because Bubba Wallace said that he's good for one green, white, checkered. You may run out of fuel on the second green, white, checkered. They're good, but those restarts are important, and how they handle it is important too. Kyle Larson won last year's race. Bubba Wallace trying to win this year's race. The rain has stopped for the most part. Byron won the Daytona 500 earlier this year, so he knows something about winning crown jewel races. It takes about 10 to 15 minutes to dry the track in the midst of this rain shower. Byron winning the Daytona 500 2 years in a row. That's the only crown jewel that he's won. The Brickyard 400 be the second crown jewel that he would win. So they're currently drying the track. It was heaviest at turn 1. Now, and Christopher Bell is also looking for his first top 10 on an oval since Nashville. He wants to keep himself above, keep himself afloat in the standings. Everyone's at pit road. Under red flag conditions, you cannot make adjustments to the car. To see him, it's been good news to see what he is doing right now. Bell, that is. So as to recap this race, so far, Chase Briscoe led the field to green as the pole sitter, the native Hoosier. He led the first 18 laps before Ross Chastain walked a little too much on Michael McDowell and got turned around. The rear is severely damaged. Right front gets killed. His day is over. But he gets bumped. Oof. Hard hit onto the outside wall. And that yellow took out all sorts of momentum for him. Logano, Cindric, and Barry stay on the track throughout, but they pit later on the stage, and Eric Jones joins them too. Joining that Penske strategy, Briscoe wins stage 1. It's his second stage win of the year, and Austin Cindric had problems later as he dominated the first half of this race. He had problems with the right rear. Wanted to make sure that debris doesn't hit onto the track. Fortunately, it did not. Eric Jones, however, was not as lucky. The right front was not properly tightened up, and the wheel completely fell apart. As the yellow lights came on, Chase Briscoe wanted to come onto pit road, but he had to stay onto the track because pit road was closed. He's fortunate to avoid that. And Ryan Blaney decided to stay on the track so as to get a stage win. And as everyone was trying to get control, Kyle Larson snuck by William Byron and Brad Keselowski. Ryan Blaney's fuel tank does hold up. He wins stage 2. That's the first two stages on the recaps. Eventually, Blaney came down to pit road because his fuel tank was running on empty. And because he came down to pit road when pit road was closed, he had to start from the rear of the field. Bubba Wallace, with fresh right tires, jumping onto the front, and he did not look back. Waited on fuel. Same thing with Kyle Larson. 4 tires for Larson. He's running a strategy of 4 tires and fuel. It was Joey Logano out there for a moment, and then he had to come to pit road because of problems of his right rear, as the battle with the 23 and the 5 went onwards. And then the 22 had tire issues. The right rear expired on him. If Bubba Wallace recognized this, he went onto the outside of him so as to avoid wrecking him. And Bubba Wallace trying to win the Brickyard 400. And this rain hurt their chances. There was rain coming out on turn 1. And they were in the process of drying this track. Vibrations coming out. And Bubba didn't need a caution. It was Mother Nature that brought the caution here with 4 laps to go. He is on a 100 race winless streak. The last race he won September 2022 at Kansas Speedway. To the 11 team of Denny Hamlin trying to complete a career Grand Slam. And Chris Gale said that the 11 team is good for a couple of overtimes. The 23 is good for 1 overtime. But if it's for a second overtime, they need to pit for fuel. And the official strategy for Charles Deneke. And there's a debate going on about the fuel window. They believe that the whole field may have to come on the pit road for fuel. And this 11 team in good position right now so as to compete for a career Grand Slam for Hamlin. The 54 Gibbs leading the 10 of Ty Dillon as well. And for Hamlin to get up front, could this be a method in which they go the old-fashioned way as well? Just to get aggressive in certain situations. When other guys are going forward. So they're still drying the track. The more green flag stretches. So with the track conditions changing out, could be another factor because of the deck dryers and much cooler temperatures on the track. We're waiting to see the standby for when we're going to resume action here at IMS, the Brickyard 400. So, Hamlin's still searching for his first Brickyard 400 win. He's won the Coke 600, the Southern 500, and the Daytona 500. Now, Hamlin, the multi-year extension that will take him to his age 46 campaign. So he'll be with Joe Gibbs Racing for 2 more years. So the fact that Hamlin has 3 Daytona 500 wins. He beat out Martin Truex Jr. in a photo finish in 2016. He held off Kyle Busch in an overtime restart in 2019. And he beat Ryan Blaney on a photo finish in 2020. It's a 2022 Coke 600 winner, beating out Kyle Busch. That was the last time he won a crown jewel race. He has 3 Southern 500 wins, 2010, 2017, and 2021. 11 years apart between the first and the last Southern 500 win. And the last one, he held off a hard-charging Kyle Larson, in which Larson was riding the outside wall. He grew up on the short tracks, and those tracks bode well for him. There are only 4 drivers in NASCAR Cup Series history that have completed a career Grand Slam. Jeff Gordon, Dale Earnhardt, Jimmy Johnson, and Kevin Harvick. And Gordon won the inaugural running of this event. Earnhardt won the 1995 running. Jimmy Johnson, a 7-time champion, was a 4-time winner of this event. Harvick was a 3-time winner of this event. He won the 2003 running of the Brickyard 400. Sunny skies are coming out here at Indianapolis on this hot summer day. Hamlin's trying to become the 5th driver in NASCAR Cup Series history to complete a career Grand Slam. He also has yet to win a championship that has eluded him throughout his illustrious NASCAR Cup Series career. And some of his closest shots have been so painful to witness, and which the shortcomings were. And being aggressive and driving the car are going to be factors here when this restart comes on. In all likelihood, we're going to have a green-white checkered restart. None of the cars are covered in tarp. So soon enough, we're going to get started. So you have to get one shot as we can as soon as we get running. And the over-under of how things are going to roll out here. So some of these cars, the race-winning cars here, preserved in the IMS Museum. We'll be right back. The red flag has officially been lifted and the pace car lights have come on, so we will head to a green-white checkered finish. Bubba Wallace leads. Kyle Larson, William Byron, Denny Hamlin, Josh Berry, Tyler Reddick, Chase Briscoe, Christopher Bell, Chris Buescher, and Carson Hocevar is your top 10 as it runs right now. Now, Bubba was leading this race by 3 seconds when the caution came out for rain at turn 1. It was heavy over there. The rain has since passed by and they are able to dry the track. Hamlin's in 4th. So most of these drivers should be alright on fuel for one restart. But then if it comes to another green-white checkered restart, they may have to refuel again and get new tires. Now, Bubba Wallace trying to win this race on fuel. Will it hold up? Bubba last pitted on lap 119. Kyle Larson on lap 121. William Byron 118. Denny Hamlin 121. That's your top four on the lead lap cars that last pitted among the top four. So the jet dryers have finally come off the track. They're rounding around the track as they search for other damage. They're all driving around the access road as of now, off turn 2, and they're entering back onto the track. So there might be 2 overtimes, depending on how this goes, because everyone's fighting for position here. So when the second overtime comes, you may be in trouble here. If you think it's going to be 2 overtimes, you may think about an additional fuel window. And when you run out of gas, you finish behind all of those cars. In the top 5, you're thinking about staying on the track. If you're Tyler Reddick, Chase Briscoe, Christopher Bell, you remember Brad Keselowski. He ran out of fuel last year when he was on the lead lap. He was running on a near empty tank. If the caution comes out prior to the white flag, there will be another green-white checkered. If the leader takes the white flag, the next flag will end the race. It's a 2-lap shootout. First is the green flag lap, then the white flag lap, and then a checkered flag. There will be unlimited attempts. If there's a caution before the white flag, there will be another green-white checkered. If the caution comes out after the leader takes the white flag, the race is over. As has been the case all throughout. It's Bubba Wallace and Kyle Larson running first and second, as it is. Is there going to be anyone coming onto pit road? There will be. Tyler Reddick, Chase Briscoe. No, Briscoe's going to stay on. Oh, my goodness. And so Tyler Reddick is all alone heading into pit road. No, he has some company. There are some cars coming with him, including John Hunter Nemechek, Ty Gibbs, Austin Cindric. So Gibbs knows they have 0 shot of winning this race, so Reddick is going to pit for tires and fuel, right sides primarily, and those left sides as well. So Reddick is going to get tires on both sides and fuel, prioritizing the long range game. Nemechek also in the fray, got 4 tires and fuel. So Gibbs, taking a little too long at this pit stop. He's getting 4 tires and fuel. He comes down and exits out. Chase Elliott also on pit road. Austin Cindric too. You remember Cindric had that issue with the rear right tire. And now he's coming back out there. $1 million on the line for Gibbs, holding on to the 18th spot. Now everything's going to be shaken up here as they all round around the turns. Kyle Larson trying to be in position to win a second consecutive Brickyard 400. And Bubba Wallace trying to win it and hold on. It's good for 1 green-white checkered. If there are multiple, there are going to be refueling issues. And this in-season challenge, it's a 2-lap shootout. Ty Gibbs, Ty Dillon. Top 10 as it runs now is Bubba Wallace, Kyle Larson, William Byron, Denny Hamlin, Josh Berry, Chase Briscoe, Christopher Bell, Chris Buescher, Carson Hocevar, and Brad Keselowski. That's your top 10 as it runs. So they'll occupy the first 5 rows on this restart. And if the fuel window runs out for these first 5 cars, that's going to spell disaster here. And that's going to be kept in mind for all of Wallace, Larson, Byron, Hamlin, and Berry. And do remember, the fuel window, how it's going to hold up. Brad Keselowski was stung by this last year when he was forced to come to pit road right before the restart. We're coming onto the choose rule now. It's going to be a 2-lap shootout. As the caution flag is still out, another car onto pit road. In the perfect world, you think you want to line up behind Bubba Wallace on the inside line. Are you thinking about this? Pace car lights are still on. There's going to be another lap of fuel that are going to burn up, which does not work out well for the cars that are at the front. And Charles Danique has reiterated they are good for one overtime. But if they're going to need multiple overtimes, they need to hit. Wanting to go for the possibility of winning his first ever Crown Jewel race. If they're good for one overtime. Kyle Larson was the chaser last year, in which he snagged the Brickyard 400 on a double overtime finish when Ryan Preece's car stalled out at the back straight. On that emergency switch. And the best thing to do under green is to start swerving on the straightaway. And that's if they need that. But Larson thinks they are okay for the moment. And Byron's going to stick with his teammate, Kyle Larson, so that's to get a shot to win his second Crown Jewel. Byron already has one Crown Jewel, and that is the Daytona 500. Denny Hamlin is going to line up on row 3 because Noah Gragson, a lap car, is in the mix. It's going to be in the way. So that lap car is going to be in that factor. He is currently positioned 4th, but he's starting at row number 3 because the lap car Gragson is in the way. All the cars are preserving fuel as they're swerving along in these caution flag laps. A lot of drama here. Perhaps Bubba Wallace, he will be wise to pick the inside here on these runs. Pit road is still open. There are no cars right now heading onto pit road. You'd be thinking that Bubba Wallace would pick that inside line. And as soon as that green flag comes up, you get on the throttle to accelerate. Now we're going on to the choose rule. You both can lock up those ever so important points. Bubba's going to choose the inside in all likelihood. And he will. No surprise, he's sticking with the bottom. William Byron, Denny Hamlin on the inside. Chase Briscoe outside, right behind Josh Berry. Christopher Bell, Chris Buescher, inside and outside respectively in row 4. Carson Hocevar, Brad Keselowski on row 5. Larson going with the outside. Now Larson, he had that faster car before the caution came out. Is that going to come into play? And is Bubba Wallace in a position to capitalize here? Try to go for the race win and his first career Crown Jewel victory. Earlier this year was Ross Chastain, who started from dead last at the Coca-Cola 600 to win the biggest race, the biggest win in the history of Trackhouse racing. Last year, Kyle Larson get in his spot because Brad Keselowski ran out of fuel ahead of the restart. And then a calamity at turn 1, which took out 5 cars, including the 84 of Jimmy Johnson. That was last year, which Larson kissed the bricks. It was double overtime last year. This is the first overtime of this year's Brickyard 400. Could Bubba Wallace get his first win of the year and get himself into the playoffs? Or any of the drivers here who have already got themselves a win cement themselves another victory? Could it be Larson? Could it be Byron? Could it be Hamlin? Could it be Berry? Possibilities are endless. They're all routing around turn 3. In a race like this where anything can happen here at the Brickyard. And who's going to kiss the bricks? And could this be the last... And could this be the last time we see a caution flag come out? This one's for rain. Now, a lot of time has passed since the rain has ended. But now, we're about to find out who's going to win the 29th Brickyard 400. Everyone's preserving fuel. Pace car is soft. Everyone's still preserving whatever fuel they have left on their current tank. What would hold up here on this overtime restart? And pay attention to those caution lights here in these last 2 laps. Overtime here in the 29th Brickyard 400. And Bubba's getting aggressive as he should be. Because he knows this is a crown jewel at stake. As Kyle Larson's going way outside on Bubba. Sticking with him. Kyle Larson's there. Now going low. Is he going to do the dive bomb on Bubba? Bubba with a great restart. Now it's chaos over at the back straight. Along the middle of the pack. All Bubba has to do is hold off Kyle Larson. Now Larson dives low. A spin! And Zane Smith has turned around. We'll have another overtime. Several cars are damaged, including the 54 of Ty Gibbs. So now we'll have cars pitting here. The 45 of Tyler Reddick has heavy damage on his hood. It looked so calm at first, up until Smith spun around. And now he had a chance to get back onto the white. And then all hell broke loose. And now if you're the front at least 8 drivers, do you pit for fuel? Ty Gibbs just got the radio. He should still be good. So Cliff Daniels had a little monotone statement about it should be good here for the second overtime. What we do know is that Bubba Wallace needs to pit now. It's kind of hard to tell from the angle along the back straight, but we'll have a second overtime here for a second consecutive year. A little bad push on Zane Smith. Heavy damage on the 38. And the 45 of Reddick ran right into him. Hard contact in which Zane Smith spun around and lost all control. And Reddick had nowhere to go. Heavy damage on the hood. Was on the pole last year. And crashed late today. Takes himself out. Same thing with Smith, who was running 13th at the time of the crash. And it looks like Christopher Bell misjudged where to go. Terribly misjudged. Oh my goodness. Charles Deneke tells Bubba Wallace, keep saving hard. We're obviously not in a good spot on fuel at a minimum. We've got to get to when pit road is open. Then says, stay out, stay out. Save for your life here, everything you've got. And Bell misjudged going onto the inside and right hook Smith. Absolute misjudgment by Bell. That was terrible. And this caution pretty much could end the shot for Bubba Wallace to win the Brickyard 400. He's just radioed to Charles Deneke that he has to get to pit road when it's open. He might not be able to make it back. The pit road is open, so there's a very high chance that Bubba has to pit before the second overtime ensues. Ooh, very tough break for Bubba. The worst possible outcome for him has just come in full circle. He was running himself as a good car as well. Had one of the best qualifying cars out there onto the field. He qualified second place right behind Chase Briscoe. Had one of the best cars out there on the track. And you know how much this means to him because this is a crown jewel race. In the monotone voice of Cliff Daniels. You don't hear worry onto the radio. And they may be in a better field situation than Bubba. And they're running between 1 and 3 laps better than Byron as of right now. You may now hear the worry on the radio from Daniels. You don't want to lose the lead under any circumstances. But if you're Bubba, you may not have a choice because this is... You have to make a pit stop because your fuel is running out if you're Bubba Wallace. Come through turn 4. In all likelihood, you're watching him go onto pit road. You're going to have to pit out the lead in the Brickyard 400. Will he do it? No. If pit road was open, the light was green. Yeah, there was a green light. Now, one of them being Ty Gibbs, he's going to pit road. A lot of debate on the radio, choosing to stay out for one more lap. Is the fuel going to hold up? And ever since that radio communication, there was not a word spoken to his radio to come to pit road. So this is a heavy gamble on Bubba's part about trying to hold on and cling on to whatever fuel he has left. He is scored as the race leader. The last time he pitted was lap 119. Kyle Larson, lap 121. William Byron, lap 118. Hamlin, 121. Barry, 116. Hocevar, 121. Briscoe, 118 on the front 7. So that is the last time these cars have pitted. And Charles Deneke said, stay out to Bubba Wallace. Ty Gibbs pits from 19th spot. And the question is for Bubba and the front of the field, if they have enough fuel. Of course, they're not pitting. Coming back on lap 167. So that's how tight it is on this fuel window. To see if the fuel can hold up for the leading drivers. So if fuel savings are going to be the important factor, it will be now. The margin of error is slim to none. They're playing it the hard way, but given that it's the Brickyard 400, there is no choice. It's a crown jewel race, after all. And for Kyle Larson, he's already won one. Denny Hamlin has a grand slam at stake. Still pit road is open. Run all day long. And there are cars coming onto pit road. And among them is not Bubba Wallace. Chase Briscoe heads to pit road. So we'll have the choose rule in effect again. And all likely we'll have Bubba choose the inside line. Once again. How the choose is going to hold up. And yes, Bubba chooses the inside. He doesn't want to give the outside to Kyle Larson. And why would he choose the outside? Or is he choosing having one crack at it? Denny Hamlin goes inside. And does it get more difficult if you're the driver to 23 to hold off the 5 on this upcoming double overtime restart? And do remember, let's see that confidence, that last restart, how it played out. Bubba gets a really good jump on the restart. He tries to get over towards the outside to force Larson wide, so as to jostle his momentum. But Larson jumps ahead of the 23, moving towards that outside to try to get a hold onto him. As they both battle for the lead here on the green flag lap of the first overtime. But then on the next restart, how's it going to shake out? Does Kyle Larson get the advantage? Will Bubba have a similar advantage as to last time around? They're holding on to whatever field they can. But these front 8 cars, or the front 10 cars that is, because the last time they pitted was the last time they got fuel. You know that this is a huge gamble by Bubba Wallace to stay out there. You're running the fuel pickup split for a little bit. Whatever you have here, save as much fuel as you can. Wiggle your cars as to save as much fuel as you possibly can. Of course, Bubba's running on those older tires. He pitted for right sides only. Kyle Larson, of course, had those 4 tires on his pit stop. He's on those 4 tires. Bubba has those right sides. But what about the left sides for Bubba? And for all the cars who took left sides. Bubba especially. And that causes the rightful concerns about all the cars that are front. For all those that are on that same strategy of right sides only and fuel. At the last time that they pitted. Alright, pace cars off. We're getting set for overtime number 2. And Bubba Wallace, Kyle Larson, inside and outside on the front row as they're all getting set for the green flag lap of double overtime. Green flag is up. Gas pedals are down. Here we go. Several cars have ran out of fuel at the back of the pack. It did not get restarted, and here's Bubba. Excellent jump up high, and there was a wiggle from Kyle Larson. Bubba Wallace gets an excellent restart. Will the fuel hold up? Will we stay green throughout this green flag lap? You remember the green flag lap is what it matters on. You remember that once they get to the white flag, the next flag ends the race, whether it be the caution flag or the checkered. Turn free. Then one car gets set wide, riding onto the wall, and they're still kept afloat. Bubba Wallace staying put on the gas. And now 2.5 more miles. White flag is out. Last lap here. Kyle Larson is not going away. Bubba Wallace, all he needs to do is for the fuel to hold up. Out of turn 2. It's a cat and mouse game here throughout. Larson at second. All that Bubba has to do is let the fuel hold up. Larson has a bit of momentum on the back straightaway. All it's going to come down to is these last 2 turns and the front stretch. Turn free. Bubba exits nicely. Now the fuel. How will it hold up? Turn 4. It's going to be close here. Here they come off turn 4. Kyle Larson in second place. Cat and mouse game. Bubba Wallace. The fuel will hold up. He wins the 29th Brickyard 400. The 100 race winless streak ends in grand style, and he'll kiss the bricks as he denies Larson a repeat. And Ty Gibbs wins the in-season challenge. Bubba Wallace will kiss the bricks. What a run for Bubba's in which we were wondering if the fuel was going to hold up. It did. And at long last, he has snapped his winless streak. What a drive for Bubba, who won the outside pole. Had a good time with the Cookie Monster. It was a miracle that the checker flag even made it here, because we heard some reports that the Cookie Monster ate the checker flag. He thought of it as a cookie. What a win it is for Bubba. What a time it is. Michael Jordan and Denny Hamlin, he ain't so proud. Bubba was the first driver that Michael Jordan signed to his team. He always has a chip on his shoulder. His first win since Kansas of 2022. And what a time it is for him to snap his 100 race winless streak. Qualified outside pole next to Chase Briscoe. First black driver to win the Brickyard 400. Excellent work on a man from Mobile, Alabama. And his epic burnout comes in style here at the Brickyard. And the fuel does hold up for the burnout. It was a little disappointing he didn't get that pole, but everything worked out to perfection. The fuel does hold up. He was worried about if the fuel was going to hold up for a second overtime, and it did for the Chumba Casino Toyota for a 2311 Racing team. And also add on to the fact that he had to hold off a hard-charging Kyle Larson. Not once, not twice, but 3 times. His third career victory. And his first crown jewel victory. This is excellent for Bubba. Biggest win of his career, easily. Oh, the emotions running through the 23 crew. What a time it is for 2311 Racing. It's 2311 Racing's first ever crown jewel victory, as he flexes in front of the Indianapolis crowd. And he quiets this crowd. Those who have doubted him, you cannot silence him now. Bubba Wallace, your winner of the 29th Brickyard 400. What an impressive drive for the 23 team. For him, Charles Deneke. And they pull it off here. And they can kiss the bricks. Whew. Oh my goodness. There's a smile on his face, and the nerves like on those final 2 restarts, if the fuel was going to hold up. Oh my God. He also had to give into account they had to hold off Larson. It's the second longest winless streak broken at Indianapolis since 2017. Casey Kane's winless streak lasted 2 races longer at 102, where he got to kiss the bricks. And that was the race in which Jimmy Johnson sent it free wide while his car was letting up and having some smoke over the back before his car gave out. Oh, what a time for Bubba. Well, of course, there was a lot about Daytona, and this is such a similar feeling. The biggest win of his career, easily. The belief that he had and the self-confidence right there in full scale. And now the celebration begins. His wife, Amanda, the tears for everyone in a family moment. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Oh, the celebration and the rewards, ever so sweet. Got his kid out onto the front of the crowd. As we go on to our top 10 here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway to finish out the Brickyard 400. Your top 10: Bubba Wallace, Kyle Larson, Denny Hamlin, Ryan Preece, Brad Keselowski, Todd Gilliland, Ryan Blaney, Christopher Bell, Alex Bowman, Carson Hocevar. The rest of the field as it rounds out: Justin Haley, John Hunter Nemechek, Chase Elliott, Chris Buescher, Austin Cindric, William Byron, Catherine Legg, Chase Briscoe, Shane Van Gisbergen, Cole Custer, Ty Gibbs, Josh Berry, AJ Allmendinger, Jesse Love, Kyle Busch, Riley Herbst, Daniel Suarez, Ty Dillon, Tyler Reddick, Michael McDowell, Zane Smith, Joey Logano, Noah Gragson, Josh Bilicki, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Eric Jones, Cody Ware, Austin Dillon, and Ross Chastain. That is your running order here at the Brickyard 400. We're staying with you here for the tradition of kissing the bricks here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Bubba Wallace gets the biggest win of his career and getting himself onto a good place. He's talking about it to reporters. It's awesome to see it. Shane Van Gisbergen gives him a handshake. Those last two restarts, well, that last restart was the best one of them all. He drove a great race. And Kyle Larson was by consensus ranked as the best driver in NASCAR now. Given that it's him that he held off, that's a special drive. He gets to turn one, that going down low to hold him off. What a drive. He was trying to save another small area fuel tank at the very end. He's starting to breathe a little bit when he gets onto the back straightaway. Not concerned about the gas. He'll take winning a race like this any day of the week. And also, given that he held off William Byron and Denny Hamlin as well. Though Byron fell further back in the pack because his car couldn't go. He does home, and the smartest at the fuel game gets rewarded at the best. The birthday. The first ever in-season challenge winner, Ty Gibbs, getting a $1 million cash prize for himself. So, Steve Phelps, the commissioner of NASCAR, presents him the trophy. At just 22 years old, he wins the in-season challenge for Joe Gibbs Racing in the 54 car. He's going to drink Monster Energy after this. As we say goodbye from Indianapolis Motor Speedway, that's going to do it. Bubba Wallace is your winner here at the Brickyard 400. I am Alec Nava saying so long from Indy. Good night.